Hello. Hey Tara, how's it going? I approve of this music as well. Zelda music to me, well, as you can see in the background, Zelda music to me is one of my favorites. So, yay! I'm glad the radio station has this one on. Hello. Welcome to the stream. For today's stream, I'm going to be basically continuing the animation that I've been working on in the last few weeks. This time, probably doing a refining pass on either the hands or a little bit of the mechanics. So just to show what we're working on right now. There we go. So this is the shot I've been working on. Right now we've got most of the core mechanics in place. There's still some stuff that needs work. Definitely lots of polish to do. But the main mechanics are in there, and that was the big thing. And specifically trying to get the timing in here. So, right now, the main thing I'm kind of focusing on, as I'm kind of looking at this, is the relationship between the hips and the head. And making sure that they lead and follow, and they don't feel like it's just a solid action figure, where the head and the hips and the whole core between the two are a solid piece. If I do that, or if I end up having that effect, the character's not going to feel alive. It'll feel very stiff. So for example, here at the beginning, I really want the head to kind of drag back a little bit, which it does right here, which is okay. But then you can see how the head kind of tilts forward right there. And if we watch the spacing, let me actually bring in my drawing tool here. And let's see, Layer Manager, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. And draw toolbox, there you go. So if I look at the spacing of the head, and let's do this in red. So the spacing right here, grease pencil, boop. Oh, doesn't want to draw for me. Why don't you want to draw? Interesting. Interesting. My grease pencil doesn't want to work today. I was gonna just do some quick draw overs. Hey Kurotenchi, hello! Yeah, if this was real life, that much of a velocity change forward over one frame, you'd pretty much get some brain damage in there. In this case, it is there to exaggerate. So when we see it like this right here, it looks like she gets hit in the back of the head when we frame through it. But when we play it at full speed, it gives the illusion that there's this kind of thrust forward, that she's kind of using her head and her upper chest to throw her body forward into the flip. So this is definitely one of those areas where new animators, myself included, when I got started, I was very much, and I still struggle with this, I will admit, between the physical reality of what should happen. For example, there's no way that the head would just lurch forward like this. It's not going to work in real life, at least not when we script to real footage. But if I take this out, what I'm going to be left with is something that's not as interesting, and visually it's not going to be as exciting to watch. So it's always kind of a balance when you're working on something like this, to make sure that you want to push things, and especially this is true for cartoony animation. You want to push your poses to be more visually interesting than true to life. Let's see. For some reason, it's saying drawings can only be made on my perspective. Let me just redo all my layers here. Interesting. Aw. Let's see. Drawings can only be made on the perspective camera. But they can't. From frames. Oh wait, did my license expire for it? Is that it? That could be. Let me just find my license file. And Zombie Zero, hello! And Peter Steves, hello, hello! I just want to push the payload, but my team is holding me back. Gotta push that payload. Keep moving it forward. Can't stop. Let's see. Just gonna find this license file here on my system. And this is for blue pencil. There you go. Boop. Okay. There we go. I did have to reset my preferences recently, so that probably is what caused it to reset like that. Yay, now we can draw. So, if we watch the spacing of the head here, and just watch it as it goes forward, you can see that it does slow down quite a bit. It doesn't stop completely. And then it lurches forward right there. So there's quite a bit of a spacing increase right here. It slows down. And then goes forward. Right there. Now this is a little too much. Her head is almost stopped right here. I'm not a fan of that. But the big thing that I'm trying to watch for is if we look at the hips. So I'm just going to mark kind of the center of the hips here. And look at the spacing here. You can see the difference between the two. How they're not just matching up. The head and the hips don't just have the exact same spacing between the two of them. There's an exaggeration. And this is what's going to give life to this character and avoid the character feeling monotonous, I guess you could say. But I do want to make sure it keeps going. A to the J, hello! So, let's see what I can kind of push here to make that a little bit better. So she comes forward, and it's right here. I do kind of like that it stops a little bit, but it's a little too much. So I have the choice of either bringing this one back a little bit or this one forward. And I kind of think I want to bring this one back, just so I still have that big kind of pop forward. And I don't lose the kind of momentum that we were creating. So let's just kind of bring this back ever so slightly. So now there's a little bit more of a even spacing there before it kind of lurches forward. I can even push that just a little bit more. And now we've got a nice ease out through there. Now let's just hit play quickly and see what changes that did. Okay. So we still have that feeling of momentum in there, but now we don't have that feeling of her head hitting, freezing, and then popping forward, which that was giving that feeling of her having someone hit the back of her head. Oh yeah, those it's always fun finding those coloring mistakes. I always love seeing those. I remember watching Scooby-Doo a lot, and you see that a lot, especially with Shaggy. The way Shaggy was drawn in the old Scooby-Doo, his shirt collar would kind of go up, and it's like the colorists never really knew whether they should paint the inside of the shirt skin color as if it was his neck or his shirt color. So it would just switch between scenes all the time. Okay. So next, I'm just gonna make sure I'm tracking that head in 3D space, so you can see how it kind of tips forward here and then back. I'm not a fan of that, so let's just kind of bring this back here. There we go. Voila. Let's see. And Fortune Gods, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So, the funny thing is seeing the background, you see Fred, Daphne, and Velma look perfect, and then they fade into the background. Yeah, it is always interesting to see the limitations of the time, or the little shortcuts they would use. And I think there's a few different websites you can find, just like on Scooby-Doo and animation. I don't want to call them mistakes, but just oddities, which are a lot of fun to just study and look at. Okay, so we've got the head coming in here. Now the tilt of the head, I do want to double check that because it feels a little odd. And yeah, I can see it right here. My curve, you can see how it flattens out right there for one frame, like right here, and then it suddenly tilts. That feels very strange. So let's try and get that end. NT, thank you so much for the follow as well. So if I look at her from here, that neck is very twisted. That is an uncomfortable rotation of the head here. So let's get that kind of in line here. In my first pass of animation on this, I didn't really focus too much on getting the head absolutely perfect because I knew that I was going to be changing the body quite a bit. And if I start kind of tweaking the head and trying to get that in place before the body, at least in this case, for this type of shot, because it is so physically erratic, I guess you could say. There's just a lot of motion going on in the body. I just didn't want to have to redo some work for nothing. But now that I'm at this stage, I definitely want to make sure that things have a better flow to them. And I'm trying to push the line of action right through to the top of the head. Now, as I'm doing this, I also want to make sure I'm working with the neck. So, for the neck in general, an easy way to figure out neck posing, it's not all the time, but in general, you just look at the angle of the head, and you want the neck to be supportive of that. So what I mean by that is if you tilt the head back, the neck will go back. If you tilt the head forward, the head goes forward. It's sympathetic in that sense. And by tweaking that just a little bit, I can exaggerate some of these poses very easily and make a little bit more of a natural look to the poses. I see a lot of new animators, and I did this in my very first, I think my first 2 animations that I ever did with a character that had a neck, is I would kind of just go, the neck isn't that important. You don't see it that much. I don't need to tweak it. It's fine. No one will notice. You notice. It is very apparent if the neck hasn't been properly animated. So don't let that kind of be a hurdle for you. It's the same with the clavicles, the shoulder controls. Let's see. said in an interview that the Justice League animated series that they hated the upscaling for the current quality to Blu-ray, or the cuts they did. Yeah, you definitely see a lot of either mistakes or things that they never thought that would be an issue at that time. It's the same with video games, going from like pixel art to like now we have HD perfectly like clear pixel art. A lot of pixel art when it was originally designed, and I'm noticing a kind of spacing pop here. It just kind of slows down. I think this could be brought back just a little bit. A lot of pixel art when it was designed was done so with the intention that the TV that it would be displayed on would display it more blurrily than the actual design. So they were actually designed to be blurry. Now the problem is a lot of pixel art now, when you take these old games and put it on a new TV, it shows up perfectly crystal clear. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does change the intent that they had behind it. And you either see some, I wouldn't call them mistakes, but like things that the original designers hadn't intended to be seen. The same thing with old cartoons. Like a lot of times you'll see them, like the Blu-ray release, especially old TV shows like Scooby-Doo, for example. If you look at the Blu-ray release, you can actually see the shadow of the cell over top of the background, which to me I really like. It's kind of cool to see that, but it's definitely something that on the old TVs you would not have seen. Right, there's a spacing issue right here on the head. And Nicholas, hello, I'm doing well. Hope all is good with you. Actually, that's not so bad. I'm trying to think if I want to push this even more and like really scrunch her up here. It's going to be a little more exaggerated, but I wonder if it's going to push that arc a little bit more. The problem that I'm having right now, or the problem that I'm not happy with right now, is this line here is just kind of straight and then it bends. And I want it to kind of curl a little bit more. Oh, that's a terrible line. A little bit more of a swoop in there. So by pushing this pose a little bit more, it's bringing it down there, which is helping to push that swoop. Now I think I might have pushed it too much, because now if I look at the top of the head here, it's maybe slowing down a little too much. We'll see. Let's see here. Yeah, that's probably just a little too much. Let's just bring it out a little bit more. And maybe bring... Okay, yeah, there's definitely a pop here. I'll fix that as I get to the spine in that section. But I think the head is working better now. Comes through. I might raise the head up here just a little bit. We'll see. So maybe not have it go down quite so far here. That way she kind of is looking where she's going a little bit more, instead of just tucking her head straight down. Then let's start bring the head up a little bit here. And just a little bit more here. There we go. No. So the thing that's happening now is because her head is slowing down right here, by having that kind of reversal in her head where it kind of starts to come up a little bit more right there, I'm accidentally creating the feeling that she's slamming her face into something. Whereas I need that head to feel like it curls in. And then comes, and then relaxes as it comes out of that spin right here. If she relaxes too soon, it's going to make it feel like, it'll make it feel like she's hitting her head and then spinning off of her head, oddly enough. Yeah, exactly. It'll feel like a head slam. So I think that works better. Let's see if I can clean that up. So this is one of those areas where, like, if you look at my curve in the graph editor, the red curve, ideally, in a curve sense, we would want to have a nice smooth curve. There's a nice clean arc. But if I do that, I'm losing the effect that I want, which is kind of this slight hold here, and then an extra little spin of the head right there as she tucks her head in. So as much as a smooth curve would be ideal, if it's taking away from the effect that I want, I need to make, as an animator, I need to make the conscious choice to go with the stylistic effect versus the physical reality. But I'm doing that consciously, and I'm not just doing it randomly. This is one of the big things, especially I see with new students. That graph editor is a big hurdle to get over, because a lot of new students kind of take it as it has to be smooth. If it's not smooth, it's not correct, which technically is true in certain senses of the term, but it is not what we're looking for. We are looking for the kind of graphical look right in the scene itself, and the graph editor is just a tool that helps us get that. Okay. Let's see, how does this look? Yeah, I think that feels better. Okay. And you can see my curves are not perfect. I can clean them up a lot more later. So for example, one of the curves I would definitely want to check out is this one here, where this one attribute does not seem to have been moved along with the rest. So I would want to double check that and make sure it's kind of moving along with. Basically, it looks like one curve. Same thing here. How this one key has not been tweaked properly. This usually means that I must have forgotten to select one curve when I was selecting all the spine controls. Now, this is kind of a nuisance at times when that happens. If ever you find that you are constantly like forgetting to select one of the spine controls and you're getting these kind of hitches, one of the things I tend to like to do is, I don't do it as often as I should, just select all three spine controls. So boop, 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 go to create, sets, quick select set, I'll just call it spine, and add to shelf. So now, if ever I need to move the spine, I just click on that, and it'll select all 3 controls for me. Let's see. Oh, thank you. I'm glad it looks smooth. That was the goal, was to kind of create a nice, like, silky animation, I guess you could say. So I'm glad it looks smooth. Now all I have to do is invest more time to get the same result. Yeah. Really, that's the big thing with animation is just practice. And the more you do it, the better you'll get. And the other big thing is to aim for studied practice. So what I mean by that is when you're doing your practicing, don't just do things at random just for the fact of doing it. Try to study with a purpose. So there's a spacing thing right in the heel here I'm gonna have to tweak in just a second. So the same thing goes for drawing. If anyone's interested in learning how to draw, the big thing with drawing is consistency. You need to draw daily or every other day to get better, to keep up that kind of muscle memory, because that's a lot of it, is building up that muscle memory. And if you're just drawing and I'll just draw something, doodle doodle doodle, I'm drawing with white, that's not going to show, so I'll just doodle, okay, draw, and I'm not even thinking about it, I'm not even really looking at the screen right now, I'm just kind of eyes unfocused. So maybe I'm, for example, let's say I'm watching something else, I'm watching TV while I'm drawing, and okay, I'm just doodling a character, and okay, well, I've drawn that, let's do another one, okay, draw, and I'm just drawing as quickly as I can with no focus. You're going to build muscle memory, but you're not going to build the proper mental connections to things. You're just going to be learning how to doodle, and that's it. And instead, you want to do practiced study, which is doing quick tests. You don't have to do a full shot, or if you're trying to do drawing, you don't have to do a full painting, but try to focus on learning something. Whenever you approach a shot, approach something, go at it with the intent to learn something. So for example, if I'm doing some drawings, I might do gesture drawings. So if you're doing gesture drawings, a couple of sites that are good for that are Quick Poses or Practice Tools. Line of Action. So let me open this up here. So this is Line of Action. It's a great figure drawing site and gesture drawing. So if I bring this in here, let's do that. And I know this is a little off from animation, but the same principle applies when you're doing animation. It's this studied structure. So let's say I want to do some gesture drawings. So I'll do these and I'll approach them with thought. And I paused this just so I can explain at my thought process for doing an exercise like this, for example, is instead of just going, okay, there's a drawing, okay, just draw blindly and just do stick figures of it, okay, done, haha. I try to think my way through, even though I can't draw it properly. My drawing skills are not that great. Most of my drawings are just doodles, sketches. But as I'm looking at this, I usually start with the head, and I'm focusing, okay, what's the angle of the head? Where's the top of the head? Where would his jawline be? Okay, we've got the head. Now, when I start looking at the rest of the body, I'm not just looking at, okay, the arm is going forward. I'm thinking of the masses and the shapes, the forms that I'm seeing. So for example, you don't have to draw all of it, but the fact that the arm comes forward in front of his head. it's not just the head and then the arm down here and the arm down here. This is what a lot of people tend to get when they first start drawing, is the stick figure effect, where everything kind of sticks out, just like points out of a stick. You want that overlap of the shape. So for example, we've got the neck coming down here, the body, the rib cage coming through here. But if we look at the angle, it's not flat towards us. It's actually angled back this way. We see the shoulder, the mass of the shoulder coming in front of that mass of the body and in front of the mass of the head. I'm also thinking of the forms that get created, not the specific musculature, because that's kind of going into another area of study. But if you watch the arm, it's not just a straight line. There's this kind of flow to it where you have the deltoids, the shoulder, come up, and then there's this kind of mass of the triceps down here that then lead up into the arm and then back down into the hand. So it creates this kind of S shape. Now when you fill in the gaps, the arm is still pretty straight, and I overdrew it here, and the hand would be right about there. It's still pretty straight, but there's this kind of flow to the hand, this S pattern, not just a straight line. So it's kind of thinking of these and how, for example, the lower arm overlaps the mass of the upper arm, and that upper arm is a little too long here. It would actually be there. Okay, and this is one of the other things. Don't worry too much about proportions. As long as you're noticing where you have mistakes, you can always fix them later. We have the mass of the shoulder back here, which is behind the mass of the rest of the body. So I'm trying to think through all of this. And for something like this, I'll often just use a thicker brush. And you don't have to spend long. So let me just kind of, I haven't warmed up at all, but we'll see if I can do a 30-second drawing here. So we'll let this one go, and then, okay, this is going to be a weird one. So it's just go through, quick, arm back, thinking of the masses, thinking of the shapes here, thinking of how the hips are behind the mass of the chest, and the kind of line of action through the whole thing here. So you can see it's not pretty. It doesn't have to be. Practice does not have to be perfect. Practice is not there to make a final product. But what you're doing is that you're learning from it. And the same goes for animation. If you really want to practice your animation, don't worry about making absolutely breathtaking shots right away. Try to focus on doing quick things that don't have a lot of detail to them, but you start to get the feeling that you want across it. And I can show an example of this in the current shot that I'm working on here. So I'm just going to do this one and then we'll call it. But you can see there's not that much detail, but I am still focusing on trying to get the perspective in there, the proportions. It's not going to be perfect, but we've got that. The majority of the mass is in there. Okay. So, where are these photos coming from? This is lineofaction.com. It's the great site for learning how to do gesture drawings and stuff like that. And just on gesture drawings here, once you have the gesture itself, you can always come in afterwards and then start detailing things. So fixing your perspective, fixing your proportions, and just start like, and let's pause that. There we go. I want this one. So I can start coming in here now. Usually you'd want the picture still up, but start to detail that, get the shoulder in here properly, start building in the actual musculature, all of that. So it's a good starting point, and you can learn a lot from there. And art stuff, hello. So in terms of animation, it's the same thing. You could jump right into a really complex shot. And hey, Underground, thank you so much for the follow. So you could jump into a really complex shot. But when you do something like this, you have to keep in mind that you're going to be dealing with constraints, you're going to be dealing with a lot of physicality, a lot of extra motion that is very detailed. If you want to get it to feel right, there's a lot of little things that have to be put in here before it'll look correct. And eventually you want to build up to this point. As animators, we definitely want to keep pushing our skills. But, for example, let's take this shot here, and let's see, I always forget my exact end frame. I think it's, 154. So a lot of the ending here still needs a lot of work. So we've got that flip, and then all of this extra stuff here. So there's a lot of detail work that has to go into the rest of this. But if you can get the core working first, so in this case, for example, I can just turn off the body here, and I'm just going to turn on this sphere. This sphere is a sphere that I constrained to the hips. And if I watch this, that sphere should move in an interesting and dynamic way without anything else. So when you're learning to animate and you're trying to learn how to make something dynamic, how to make something interesting to look at, you don't need a big complex thing. If you can make a sphere look interesting and a sphere move in a dynamic and fun way, that will apply to everything else. And the thing with this, with the sphere, is you could make 10, 20 tests in a day just with a sphere and trying to learn how to animate and see the differences and try to really understand how movement works, versus doing a test like this, which could take weeks to months to finish properly, and then you might find out that it was not great, or maybe something didn't go right partway through, or a whole bunch of tests in one day, and then you can kind of start building up that knowledge very quickly. Don't underestimate the power of small tests, quick tests. They don't have to be perfectly polished. It's really just a matter of building in those mental muscles, I guess you could say. So I hope that makes sense. And then I wanted to, I think it's 73 that I was working to right here. Okay, so let's turn this back on here and keep going with this. So one thing I'm noticing right here is this pose I'm not a fan of. You did hear muscles, the mental muscles. So this pose here, what I'm not a fan of is that it is pretty much just straight up and down. So if I look at this, make sure I have my layers turned on here. If I look at this, the kind of line of action is from the top straight down. That is boring. Even if it's just one frame right in here, it's just not interesting. So I'm going to just try to push this a little bit more. And the way I can do this is simply by dragging this foot a little bit further back. So I'm going to do this in the graph editor probably just for ease. So let's see how much I can drag it back here. Probably an X is going to be the biggest thing. So by dragging an X here, I start to push the line of action of the body a little bit more. It's at least it's got an angle to it, which is the important thing. Straight lines are boring. And the same goes for posing as well. So, or sorry, not just posing, but drawing. That's what I wanted to say. If you've got straight lines in drawings, typically that means that things are just not going to be as interesting. It's not a bad thing. Straight lines tend to be good for strength in a pose. But in my case, it was a straight line that was straight vertical. It was just straight up and down. And that tends to be very boring. If it was a straight line at a diagonal, that's still interesting because it creates the feeling of motion. Straight up and down just feels bland. Oops, too far. So I just want to make sure that that kind of has the feeling of motion in there throughout each pose. She looks tilted. Now I want to play Overwatch. I haven't played Overwatch in so long. Okay. So that helps with that posing there. I can also watch the rotation of the chest, or more of the spine here. On this frame, the chest is just facing straight to camera. So here you can see there's this dynamic angle. It's 3/4. Here it's a little 3/4. There it's kind of flat. So I want to see if I can push that just a little bit more. Push out a line of action of the chest. And let's see if I can line all of these up here. Oh, and it's actually rotating in. That's rotating it back. Oh, okay. So it's X that I want. Oops, Windows key. So just push it a little bit more here. There we go. So it's tiny little changes, and in the long haul they're not going to make or break the shot, but it will add to things. And let's see if I can maybe push this just a little bit more forward here. Just the tiniest amount. Okay, something like that. Now, when you are working in the graph editor, the key thing here is to make sure that you do not lose the what's the right word I'm looking for? You don't want to lose your character by over smoothing things. That is very easy to do. And really what the goal here is that we want to use the graph editor once again as a tool to help us clean things up, but not as a way of just globally smoothing everything and removing all personality. I do not want that. Okay. I think that's working pretty well there now. Oh, and Artstoff, I did see that new update you posted. I haven't had a chance to download it yet, but that's awesome that you were that you made all those changes already to the rig. That is so cool. bring the head down just one more, just a little bit more right there for the line of action. Okay. Let's see. So now it's, as the head comes up, there's a kind of little wiggle. Oh, it's definitely helpful. I still haven't updated it yet, so I'm hoping to do that before I start animating it again next time, but those features, especially the long hair, that was a cool addition. I can't wait to try that out. Okay. Comes in. And let me double check my rotate Y, because this feels a little odd, this curve here. So I want to just look at my rotate Y and see what's going on. Let's try to simplify this. It feels odd that certain parts of the spine are reversing while others aren't. So it makes me feel like I must have missed something, or that Maya auto-rotated something for me in a very wrong way. Okay. And this should get rid of any wiggle in the spine as well by resetting this. Yeah, so already that head's moving much cleaner, and that was just because my curves were all going in different directions at the same time. Oh, I haven't had a chance to take a look at that. I do have it saved in my favorites on YouTube. I just haven't had a chance to take a look at it. I've heard a little bit more about it, and it sounds really cool. So let's see. What happens if I take all of these, bring them in? I think I'm going to do that just for the sake of cleanliness. Okay. So that simplifies that curve here quite a bit more. So you can see how that's nice and smooth now, versus before where it was all split and separate. Same thing's happening here as well. So it looks like somehow one of the controls just didn't get selected properly. So now the head comes up. Basically I want the head to keep going up here the way it is. That's good. And then there should be a hold right there before the body starts to come down. Now that's gonna mess up my arm there a little bit. That's fine. Right now I'm just looking at the head. It's kind of the curse of refining animation is you will lose certain things or have to rebuild certain things. That's not a problem, as long as you're aware of it. Clean that up. Now this part, this is the area that I'm kind of curious about, is why is there a bend in only one of the spine rotations here? Like this whole section feels like it should be brought down here. That's better already. Her head was feeling like she was hitting something from the top view here. Instead of the momentum of her body carrying her through. The top half of the body is quite heavy. Our heads weigh a lot. So if I don't watch that and implement it correctly, she's going to feel very weightless. Make sure this doesn't have a wiggle in it. Okay. Now that feels better. This view is going to need a lot of work because the head, with the changes I've done to the spine, the head is now no longer going to work correctly. Especially right there. But I would much rather have the spine working correctly first. And then we can refine the rest after. If that spine isn't working, no matter what I do, I'm just going to be trying to hide errors. And that's not going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so there's definitely an extra twist coming in right there. You can feel that just snap in the body. I'll just double check quickly to see if it's... Doesn't look like it's happening in the other spine control, so I'm assuming it's probably the hips. In which case, maybe not the hips. Hard to say. I'm just going to have to make sure I key that myself so that it's nice and smooth. Actually, just looking at all my keys right in here, I wonder if I could just clean that up and hand key this segment. I'm just not a fan of when keys start to, or at least the spine keys start to offset themselves as much as I'm seeing here. In general, I feel like the spine, well, the spine is one unit, is the spinal cord. So it seems odd to me that in this segment, the spine would, all the different segments would be rotating at different times. So I would much rather just try to get it cleaned up here. Especially considering it seems to be cleaned up afterwards. Oh, and it looks like I'm... my rotate Z is definitely off as well. So let's just clean this up here. It's going to really just break everything in the spine in this segment. That's fine. Now what I can do here, if I wanted to, and I'll just do it just to show, is I've kind of lost what I had before, and now I'm going to have to rebuild it from scratch, which can be a big pain. I do have my buffer curves though, so I can revert back to what I had. This is going to be the old animation that I had, and now I'll just take my grease pencil tool and okay, there you go, it is drawing. Oop, oop. Interesting, it's not changing my cursor. But I can just track the head. I'm just going to go every 2 frames. Track the head on the character. And what this is going to do is give me the relative position that I had previously in this segment. And now when I redo those buffer curves right there. Now you can see the head is nowhere near where it should be in certain poses. But I can now just take all my controls here and get it back into position. And my curves are going to be nice and clean. So I'll be able to clean this up without having to worry about losing what I had. Okay, right here is where she starts to twist in a weird way. I'm not going to lose what I had, and I can actually just improve on it instead. And keep everything nice, clean, and tidy. For me, that's a big thing when I'm animating, is I want to animate cleanly. I do not want a scene that is just a mess of curves doing their own things. Once again, the curves don't really mean a lot in the sense of it really is your animation that is the most important. If your animation looks good, who cares what the curves are doing? But in terms of cleaning things up, if my curves are just an absolute mess and they make no sense whatsoever, I'm just going to be fighting Maya the whole time, which is not what I want. I want to work with Maya to try and get my animation as clean and polished as I can, as easily as I can. And if I'm having to struggle at every turn just to get something halfway decent, then I'm just wasting time. Okay, so I'm just watching the head right now. Thumbs up. I think here we can probably drag it up just a little bit more. It's going to be weird with that arm just flailing about now. Just through. I'm just going to get rid of these keys for now. Okay. So in this pose, we get a little bit more of a curve in the spine. Maybe lean her just a little bit more forward so she doesn't swing back quite so fast. Now here she would keep swinging back. And let's push this a little bit more. And then here, we're definitely a lot. Oh wait. Double check, yeah, okay, there you go, 62. Okay, so the head position is pretty much where I had it before, but now if you look at the curves in the graph editor, they are much cleaner, especially this one. That one was a mess. Much cleaner than they were before, and I can very easily see little mistakes or potential mistakes, like here. Why is it curving this way. It's not necessarily a bad thing that it is. And actually, when I fix that, it just makes it worse. So once again, don't just go for smooth curves. Go for the correct curves for your shot. Here, I'll see if I can smooth that out just a little bit. Hey Kyle, how's it going? Long time no see. Hope you've been doing well. Hope all is good. Okay. So, let's see. How does that feel? Okay, so one thing I'm noticing is right here, the head kind of stops moving back a little, which not necessarily a bad thing, but I do want to double check that. Well as one can. That's good at least. As long as you're doing somewhat well. That's the important thing. Okay. So I also have to make sure I'm not watching the head, and so I'm not looking at the head here. I'm looking at the shoulder and kind of neck area, because the head has its own rotations, which will really affect how this character moves. Now she comes up, and then the spine rotation just kind of stops, which I'm kind of not a fan of. It just kind of goes up and then right there. So I want to see if I can kind of have it settle just a little bit more. And that should make for a little bit more of a graceful motion upwards. Same thing here. With this one, it kind of bounces back, so let's see if I can just refine that a little bit more so we've got a little more ease, and then it comes through a little faster. So this is where cleaning up your curves is very helpful, is now I have much more reliable control over what's happening in my animation. Instead of just kind of posing things out randomly and hoping that they will do what I want them to, I can just look at my curves and get an exact idea of how these curves will relate to my animation. Okay. So I'm not a fan of the fact that these curves are split here, but they're not going in opposite directions, so that's okay for now. Now this one here though, why are you doing that? Okay. How are you liking this rig? I love it. I really love it. It is fantastic. So far, like, it's just been super fast to work with, super flexible. And I'm kind of putting it through a lot of like extreme poses through this segment right here, and it's just handling them beautifully. And what I really love about it so far is I haven't even done the bend bows yet. So for anyone who doesn't know, bend bows are controls that allow you to shape the character even more, and really have fine detail controls over the rig. And once you get into those, that's when you start getting into a lot of fun kind of animation stuff. But I haven't even had to touch them yet, and the rig has just been super appealing to work with. Let's bring this down here just a little bit more so that the head doesn't quite rotate as quickly this way. So what's happening right now with the head is the hips are starting to rotate through this segment, and I kind of have to counter the head rotation to the hip rotation so that the head doesn't just kind of drift in a weird way. The head should actually kind of drag back slightly, ever so slightly. I don't want it to be much, but just kind of, oops, make sure I don't grab an extra key there. Okay, let's see how that feels. Jump. Yeah, I think that might feel a little bit better. It's no. Actually, no. I don't like it. The reason I'm not liking it is it really flattened out that motion there. It felt like the body was countering it too perfectly, which in this case was just making her feel like her torso and head as she was hitting the peak here is just froze in place, which was very boring. Okay. Now, I think I do need to push the rotations of the spine on this frame here just a little bit more. Just to get this kind of breaking up of the action here. Maybe not quite so much. There we go. So just trying to exaggerate that motion there. I'm still hitting the head positions, so that's good. I haven't ideally lost what I had before, but now let's turn this off and see what we've got. Okay. Okay, so that's definitely better in the sense of we're not having any little wiggling. The head feels much more, I say head, but it's kind of the neck head area, is feeling just much more stable. Now, one thing I'm not a fan of is how I'm kind of leading with the chest going down here. So as she's falling, her body is kind of leaning back here, which is not terrible, but at the same time, if she's falling, her hips are going to be the things that are leading the action here, not the chest. So I'm going to try to push this so that the chest has a little bit more feeling of drag as it's coming down. Just a little. Then let's go here, push that just a little bit more. A little bit more this way. And then Let's not quite hit as hard here. That way it doesn't feel like her back is going to snap in half. So with this, hopefully, it feels like the impact here where her knee starts to bend is when the back also starts to bend. And she's not just kind of whipping herself down with her head midair. Yeah, that's better. The arm is definitely throwing things off here. But I think physically that just feels better. It feels like the body's reacting to the hit of the ground here versus just falling at the exact same time as the hips are falling. Maybe push that just a little bit more. Just a tad. I wonder if I can even offset it just like that. We'll see. Okay. Now for the arm, let me just double check its rotations here. Now the arm is going to be tricky simply because I think the arm is being... Let me double check something here. Yeah, there you go. So you can see I just wiggle the clavicle around and then the arm snaps. So it's not that my arm position is not in the correct place, it's something is causing a twist in the arm, and you can see it right here as well. That shoulder is a little imploded, but if I just move this up, poop, it's back in place, and now that arm is nice and clean. I'm just gonna have to watch that. And Nerd Guy, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. So let's see if I can find any other areas where the arm is slightly out of place. I should also try to push this to ease in a little bit more here. Just a little bit. And then here, still dragging. So I want this moment here, this is the impact. The body should start to react first, and then the shoulder will react, like so. So the big change in the shoulder happens afterwards, not before. If I do it the way I had it before, the impact is not going to feel strong, and it'll just feel like she is predicting her own impact, which technically as humans we can do. We know when we're going to hit the ground often, especially when it's a controlled jump and not like an accidental fall. But if I do it too much, it'll just feel like it's fake. So I definitely want to be careful of that. You want to think of the psychology of your character and what they will and will not know at certain times. It's kind of like playing a game of D&D. Your character doesn't know everything at all times, and you kind of have to play them in a way where it makes sense of what they would currently know at the time, not what you as the player would know. So this clavicle is definitely something I'm going to have to clean up a little bit, because there's a few areas like this key right there that's just flattening out. But that's going to be a refining phase later on. Okay. We're getting another spin right there. So let's see what I need to do. There we go. So just bring that up a little bit, like so. Oh, what happened here? Okay. So I'm just trying to watch the arm and make sure I don't implode it. Here. That should be rounded out there. Okay. Okay, now let's actually get the arm in position here. And watch its rotations, because there seem to be some things off here as well. And this is just one of those things where when you're posing out limbs, things will go a little wonky. And especially if you start tweaking things afterwards. Okay. So that arm, it should basically just kind of hang in the air here. I'll have to fix the shoulder. There you can see how it's kind of imploding right there. And then I kind of want the arm to drag a little bit more. Let's see here. No, that's bent the wrong way. Okay. So I'm getting a definite strange twist in the arm right there. That's the rotate X, I believe. Yeah, you can see it right there. Interesting. So what I'm using as a marker here is the sleeve. The shape of the sleeve. Let me try something here. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing with the arm here is I'm going to have to be very careful of watching the curves, simply because I currently have the arm in chest space, so it's following the chest and doing what the chest is doing. What this basically means is that any little change in the chest will affect the arm, and I'm in essence countering a lot of the stuff with the arm control. This is going to mean that I don't want to get too crazy with making sure my arm curves are absolutely perfect. Now, if I wanted to, I could try to switch it out. Let me check something here. So, that would explain why this pose is going weird. This is the switch. So here, that arm is following. Here is not. Okay. That explains it. So this switch needs to happen much more quickly. It shouldn't happen over a span of time. And I'm probably going to have a transition probably right here. Or actually there. Like so. And what this will do for me is it'll make it much easier to clean up the curves and not have to fight curves that are just kind of trying to do two things at once. And this would explain the weird rotations I was getting, where the arm would suddenly just start to rotate in the wrong, or curve-wise, the arm would just start having these weird rotations. When you're animating, always double check those. The same thing applies to FK, IK switches, things like that. You want to make sure you're not fighting something that Maya is doing, or that some control within the rig is kind of, it's trying to help you, but really all it's doing is hindering you, because you're now trying to animate two things at once. So the shoulder there is kind of imploding on itself, but I can tweak it in just a second. Same thing with this one, I believe. There we go. Boop. You can see just when it snaps back into place right there. There you go. That's going to make that section a whole lot easier to clean. Okay. Let's see how this feels. There we go. Now the other arm definitely needs a pass on that. It feels very stiff, especially when she's coming down and kind of landing. It just kind of stays by her side in a very bland way. So I'll definitely need to work on that. I also need to make sure that the other arm, after the landing, it doesn't just freeze right here. So let's kind of finish that up first. What is the difference of importing and referencing a rig? Importing and referencing is basically the way the information is stored within the file. So let me save this for just a second here. And I want to save it as a different file here. So when you import a rig, you're basically, let's say you have a new file, and let me just actually kind of do a little sketch here. So let's say you've got your Maya file right here. So this is your Maya file, and you've got your rig file right there. Now, when you import a scene, what you're doing is that you're taking all the information, all the info from the rig file, and you're bringing it into your Maya file and storing it in there. So now your Maya file will also contain your rig file, and let's say you have a set file as well, and maybe another rig here. So you're importing all of these. You're bringing them all into your Maya file. Your Maya file will suddenly contain all of that information. It stores it within the file, which is great in the sense that you have full control over all of those assets. They are a part of that file now. The problem with that is twofold. One, logistically, you're dealing with a large file size now, because since you're importing, every one of those files are being added together into this new Maya file. So let's say you've got one, this file here is 1 gig. The other one is 2 gigs. And let's say we're dealing with really big files. And then let's say we're dealing with another file that's 4 gigs. All your scenes and stuff. Suddenly all of those are being added together. So you've got 1, 2, 4, plus the animation that's happening in your Maya file here, which usually is not a lot. So now every time you save, you are saving a 7 gig file, 7+ gig file. Every time you save, that slows things down. The other thing that happens is, what if you need to update one of these files? Let's say you're working on a shot and one of the rigs gets updated. Now this one has a version 2. Well, if you've imported it, these are now a part of the main file, which means that if you have to update, you now have to bring in version 2, import that, transfer the animation from the old version onto the new one. It becomes a mess. So in production pipeline terminology, this is not useful. It is not helpful. Referencing, on the other hand, let's say we've got the same situation. You've got your Maya file here, and then you've got your rig, your other rig, and then your set right there. And we've got 1, 2, and then 4 gigs. What referencing does is it just creates a link to the file. So your Maya file, your animation file, instead of bringing in all the extra information and storing it locally within that file, it is linking to it. It's just kind of creating a, oh, look over there, bring that information in. So it just creates kind of a temporary link inside. So instead of actually storing the files, you're just kind of storing little links. And I always forget how to draw the link icon. It's but you're just kind of storing little like bits of code that say, oh, look over there, look over there, look over there, to all of these files. What that means is none of these are stored within your animation file. They are just referenced. This keeps your animation file tiny. Instead of having a 7 gig file, now you're dealing with something that might be, well, let's say for this scene here, my animation file that I'm working with is 2 megabytes. So in terms of gigs, that would be 2 megabytes, or 1 gig is 1,000 megabytes. So it'd be 0.002 gigs, I believe. That's tiny in comparison to that size. So when you're saving and you're working, way less of a resource hog on your system. Additionally, because it's a link to the other file, if you update, so let's say we version this up to version 2, the next time you open your scene or when you refresh, that link or that updated version is just going to go right into your Maya file. So whenever someone else updates the rig in a production environment, the riggers update the rigs, poof, you have the newest version, you're ready to go. And you just keep working continually. So referencing is much better in a production environment. It's just faster. It's better overall. The main thing that you're losing out on is that you're not able to edit every single aspect of that scene or of that thing that you're referencing in the Maya file that you're currently working in. So for example, if I look in here and I go to window outliner, you'll notice that the rig itself has got this little blue diamond on it. This is saying that it's referenced. I'm not able to edit every single thing within these reference files as I normally would. Is that a bad thing? No, because normally when you're in a situation like this, you don't want to edit those. If you wanted to edit those, you would go back to the main file and edit there. So it's kind of in a way, a protective way. It's not really a limitation in a lot of ways. The other benefit of referencing is if you wanted to switch out a rig. So let's say I have this rig and another one that's very similar. It's got the same controls, just a different skin over top. You usually have this in like video games and stuff. I could just go to my reference editor, find the Zelda rig here, and let's say I wanted to switch it out. I would just browse to the new location of the rig, of the new mesh that I want, reload, poof, all my animation is now transferred onto a whole other character. This only works if the rigs are very similar. Or if I wanted to update to a different version of the rig that was in a different file, I can just go, well, instead of version 1, let's go version 2 and hit reload. So you have a lot of access to quick updates with referencing. The other thing you can do is you can uncheck them right there to turn the entire reference off. So let's say you have your scene and you've got your sets and your props and your rigs, and you've got 20 rigs in your scene. It's a really heavy scene, but you're only animating on one character. Having all of that information, even if it's reference, is still going to slow things down. Well, if you're only animating the one character at this moment, just uncheck them. This will unload the reference, which basically is as if that object is no longer in the scene, and you're going to be able to animate super quickly because the scene is just that much lighter. Once you're done, check it back like so. It reloads it into the scene, brings everything back. So you're able to have a lot of control over your scene by referencing. So I hope that that answers your question. And if you do have other questions on that, definitely let me know. I'm just going to save this before I forget. Oops. Did it not save? Double check this. Okay, it did. So, just another note, just since I was saving the scene, another thing I would recommend is for anyone new to Maya, always save as a Maya ASCII file. So if you go to save scene here, save scene as, make sure you're saving as a Maya ASCII, not Maya binary. This is very important if you want to save your scene in case of corruption. And I actually had that this morning. I went to open my file here and the rig was gone. All the animation I did in the last month was gone. Poof. There was nothing in here except the ground plane. I would look in the outliner, nothing. It was empty. And it was like that for all my backups. Somehow, since the last time I opened it to this time, everything just disappeared. And for a while there this morning, I thought, well, there goes that whole demo. But with a Maya ASCII file, you can double check things. So what I did with a Maya ASCII file, you can just go to your file, so like right here, right click on it, and you can edit the file with something like a notepad document. So I just opened it with Notepad. And this will bring you all of that, all the code for the scene. Now, if you don't know MailScript and stuff, this is just going to look like a lot of gobbledygook, but you can check a few quick things here. So the problem that I was having was the rig was gone. Everything was gone. All my animation was gone in the scene. I opened it up here, and right away I can see that, well, right there. It's still referencing in the file, even though I couldn't see it and it wasn't showing up in the Maya scene. In the Maya file itself, that rig still exists. Okay. I can check down just a little lower right here. Again, that file still exists. There's the path to the file itself, and it's referencing in. Okay. Scroll down. Here's all the animation on the rig. And let me see if I can find one that's easy to kind of see here. Oh, there was one. So right here, this is the middle finger on the left hand. And these are the keys on the middle finger of the left hand. So the animation is still there. I can still see the animation within the file itself. So this tells me that it's not my file that's corrupt. It's not that the file has just deleted all my animation. It's simply that Maya, for some reason, oh, and there you go, there's the pinky finger. When I open it up, it's just not showing the rig for some reason. So what I ended up doing is I just duplicated the file, reopened the duplicate, and everything showed up. And I was able to test that and figure that out because this is a Maya ASCII file. Because I'm able to open up the file as a notepad document and double check all of this. If you're saving your scenes as a Maya binary file, you cannot open it in a text document. It'll just show up as garbled mess. You're not going to be able to read any of it. That's the point of a binary. It's encrypting your file, which is great in certain cases, but it really limits you on your ability to kind of back up work. So just kind of a side note there. I always recommend using Maya ASCII. It's gonna in most cases you're not gonna really notice any difference. You're never gonna really use it, but when you do need to use it, when that day comes that something has gone wrong with Maya, it's gonna be very nice to have it. So right now I'm just kind of looking at this elbow and I want to make sure that it's not slowing down oddly like it is right now. That elbow should kind of keep going here a little bit more, and then here really kind of come back. A little higher there. Hey Steven, how's it going? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Okay, now here the elbow is just kind of popping back, so let's make sure it keeps swinging back here and then around. It's kind of bouncing right there. Maybe a little less right there. A little less there. So I'm just kind of watching the spacing of the elbow here, trying to make sure that I get a nice kind of flow to the arm here. And now this is kind of changing directions a little too evenly with the body, so let's keep that. Last day of the office, in the office, nice. I have an AM question. Is there a calendar out there somewhere for 2020? I want to take a workshop, but it probably won't be until summer. There's no calendar currently. If you want to know the start date of the summer term, I think I might have it here. Let me double check. So the winter term starts on the 30th and ends, I believe, March 20th. And then the summer term, I believe, starts March 23rd. Or sorry. No, that would be the spring term. Spring term starts March 23rd. Summer term would start, I believe it would be June 29th. So June 29th, if my calculation is correct, should be the start of the summer term. And I believe if there's a specific workshop you're aiming to take, all the workshops are open at any term. So it's, you don't have to wait for like the cartoony workshop in the winter term or the summer term or spring term or whichever. They should all be available at any time. This is too much right there. Even if it's an estimate, nice. The cartoony workshop is awesome. Mark Oftedal is an amazing mentor. Let's kind of push the overlap in the wrist here. I'm not a fan of the hand kind of becoming perfectly hidden behind the leg there, but for now, I'll leave it. I think I want this arm to stay a little straighter on this side. I want the body to react first before the arm. And right now it just feels like the whole arm is taking this hit too strongly. Right there. That's a little better. And then hit a little stronger here. Let's not have that go. And that's, wait, what am I controlling here? Sure, I'm doing the arm. Okay. Okay, it's not perfect yet, but it's getting there. The big thing right now is the wrist is kind of looking a little wobbly. I just need to double check the wrist control here and make sure it's not starting to rotate too soon. Basically, I want that wrist to be very stable, kind of still until the impact, and then that's when it actually reacts to things. Okay, now from 3D space, I do want to make sure that the arm, if you watch it in 3D space, it's definitely having issues. Kind of hangs there, comes in, and then starts to go out very quickly right there. So I believe this is my rotate Z here. Yeah. So as the character spins, that arm should really kind of drag a little bit more here. Let me double check something. Okay, so this is actually the Y. Or the majority is the Y. Oh yeah, that's that definitely should not be happening right there. So this should be more inwards here. This is where having a nice clean graph editor, in the sense of your curves make sense to look at, is very helpful, because I can just quickly look at this and see where things are easing in or changing directions where they shouldn't be. They should still be dragging back here just a little bit more. Same there. Even here it should be kind of up a little bit more. Let me just get rid of these two keys and yep. I want to just try and create this nice slight ease to a stop here. So now it feels like that arm from this view is just dragging, and then it's the impact here on the ground that causes the arm to come over. Okay. Let's bend that elbow back so that it reaches back to where it was. Like that. Definitely have to clean up some arcs right in there. Oh, I'm starting to make custom reels. Do you think a body mechanics shot of the particular studio style is a must? It's not a must. It is a plus. I feel like having too many acting scenes with no body mechanics is not good. The big thing, if you want acting scenes, do both. An acting scene does not necessarily mean that the character is doing nothing. And this is one of the big things that studios will also tend to look for, is if you can do both within one scene. So, for example, let's say you have a character talking to another and they're just having maybe an argument. Well, they could just be sitting across from each other, standing across from each other, just looking at each other and arguing and maybe gesturing with their hands. Or they could be doing something, body mechanics. You could have a character lifting something very heavy and trying to place it and like losing his cool before he drops the thing. Or maybe he throws something. Think of like basic body mechanics shots that would be really nice. Even having like a little bit of a body mechanic shot that turns into an acting shot. Like maybe the reason they get angry is one of them was skateboarding and then fell off and his skateboard broke or something like that. And then they get angry because the other person got in their way. So you don't have to have one or the other. You can actually do both. And oftentimes that can be very helpful reel-wise, simply because it shows that you can not just do one and the other, you can do both. And if you think of lots of like Disney shows, for example, Disney, Pixar, any of the big studios, when their characters are doing body mechanic shots, it is not just a body mechanic shot. When a character in a Disney film or any big production really is when they're doing an action, they are still them. It is not just a random character suddenly doing this random action. It is still Judy Hopps running after the criminal. There's still Wreck-It Ralph doing these, because they still have the acting within there, the character. So trying to find ways of including character into any scene or any motion is it's a very good skill to have. So basically, don't feel like you need to have one or the other. I often challenge my students to try and do both. Try to find a scene where you can sell the character within a boring action. And if you can make a boring action interesting to look at, well, then you know you've succeeded. Because another way of looking at it is body mechanics doesn't have to be something like this, the big complex flip. If you're going for video games or like a studio that does these kind of action scenes, then you'll definitely want to have something like this. But body mechanics could just be moving it in a chair, sitting, like taking a chair, moving it, and sitting down. I was here, though there's a benefit to a scene with no dialogue. Yeah, so acting doesn't necessarily have to be dialogue either. So, with acting, you do want to have a dialogue shot that shows you can do lip sync. But if you have a shot of a character doing a body mechanic shot, let's kind of do it the other way. You've got a big body mechanic shot. You can always add acting in there to it. So have the character emote and think and react to the scene that they're doing, and think of what they're doing, and have emotion to what they're doing, or it doesn't have to be even related to what they're doing exactly, but maybe subtext. Are they doing something, and maybe like they're chopping onions and you see tears start like falling down their cheeks, but maybe instead of just, oh yeah, chopping onion, and oh, you've got the body mechanics, and oh yeah, the tears, but what if there's a little bit more of a story to this? What if the tears are actually from something else? And at first we see the character chopping and they wipe away a tear and they keep chopping, and then like it just kind of keeps going and they have a breakdown where they just have to sit down and they start sobbing into their hands, or something like that. Suddenly this body mechanic shot of just a cook maybe making some food and whatnot becomes an acting shot with some depth. We don't know why they're sad. We don't know why they've suddenly broken down, but something about like these onions and the fact that it started these tears just made them break down emotionally. That's a much more deep shot than cutting onions, flipping pans, doing all this stuff, and then haha, mechanics. So you can always add acting into anything, and it doesn't have to be extreme either. But for example, the way I like to think about it is, think of who your character is. If you have a character, and let me think of what would be a good scenario with what I have on hand here. So let me go full screen here, and this just goes for everyone. Whenever you're thinking of a shot, try to think of how your character would do the shot. And actually, here, instead of acting it out, I'll just show you, because this is a great demo. So let me find this here. So this is a animation test that they did for Big Hero 6. And Liz, thank you so much for the follow. So this is an animation test they did for Big Hero 6 when they were initially trying to figure out how these characters would move. Now, the test here is that every character is going to sit down in a chair. Already that is boring. Like, if I was to ask you to animate someone sitting in a chair, mechanically, that is a character standing, sitting, and then that's it. Well, wow, ooh, so good. It's the most boring mechanics test you can do. But as soon as you think of the character, how would this character sit in a chair? Suddenly, sitting in a chair becomes visually interesting. So let's just hit play here and see what they have. So Baymax, how does he sit in a chair? Well, he's a robot, so it's going to be very stiff movements. He moves in linear lines, and then he doesn't really fit in a chair. He's not proportionally made for this kind of stuff. He's also clumsy. They show that all within sitting in a chair. Hero, laid back, kind of cool in his own way, and very kind of focused on what he's doing. Tadashi is much calmer, much more, I guess, proper. He even takes off his hat before he goes to the menu. They're showing all of these character traits within the way a character opens a door and sits down. That makes it interesting. So if you're doing a test, regardless of the test, and if you're animating on a show or a production and you're given a shot and it is like the most boring, like, oh wow, someone's getting a shot where it's this heart-wrenching scene, acting and glorious like script and everything, and you get the character has to sit down. Wow, fun. It can be fun. Any boring action is interesting as soon as you add character. So it is very important to think of that when you're coming up with any idea for a shot. Is who is this character? That's going to determine a lot of the acting choices you do, regardless of if you then go into a deeper acting shot. I would still consider this acting. Not in like a grand scale, but there's still acting in here. So that would be my main suggestion, is don't limit yourself to two very like broad categories. There's acting and there's body mechanics. They overlap in a huge way. Yeah, just be careful of that. I did read it as egg as well at first. That's why I went back when I saw your comments, like, was it really? I was like, oh, wait. I never knew that was her last name. Okay, there's definitely some spacing happening here that I'm not a fan of. So I hope that helps. Infused personality, yeah, exactly. And if you have that in your reel, that's going to just like push your reel to that next level in the eyes of the recruiter, because you're not just going to be showing them that you can do this one thing. You're going to be showing them that you can do both in conjunction, and really like mesh the world of acting and body mechanics. I think this needs to drag back just a little bit more here. Sorry if I'm sniffling. I'm still trying to get over a cold. Just won't leave me. Let's try to get this shoulder kind of working a little bit more, because right there it is imploding. Boop. There we go. So one thing here is this throw is very weak right now. I'm gonna have to tweak that. And basically I'll do that by holding just a little longer right here. But I'll have to tweak the staff for that. Okay. So I think that arm is pretty much done for now. I have to do a hand pass, but the arm itself is working pretty well now. Now the next thing I need to do is the other arm, right here. And I think the first thing I want to do is make sure that it's not coming down here. So right now what's happening is you can see very slightly the arm comes down right there. You can see it at the elbow. And then it goes up just a little bit right there before coming down again. I kind of want to push it so that the arm keeps going up. The reason for this is it's going to help push the feeling of an anticipation, and then the arm coming down to throw the body forward. It's almost like the arm is leading the jump here, and I'm gonna actually try. No, that's a little too much there. Let's actually have the body start leading. The arm is going to drag back a little bit here. But then as the body comes down, the arm starts to be the thing that leads this motion. So we're transferring the energy from the body, which starts the motion downwards, into the arm. Anyone have any good RPG side-scrolling platformers on Steam? Ooh, I haven't gotten too many games on Steam lately. Trying to think of a good one I've played recently. RPG side-scrolling platformers. This is an older game, but what's it called again? Ori and the Blind Forest is really good if you haven't played that. I'm assuming you probably have. It's been out for a long time. Okay. So we've got that. Comes through. Now here the arm just kind of sticks, which I'm not a fan of. It just kind of, right there, it just dies. Right in there. Just built myself a new rig and want to start gaming again. Nice. Yeah, I definitely recommend that one. I haven't finished it, but I used to play it on stream actually, just to study the animation in it, and I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Let's keep that arm lower and kind of forward. I wonder if I can keep it back here. So what I'm trying to do with the arm here is I want the arm to kind of come up, and then the hand itself should almost just stay in one spot. And the reason I want to try and do this is so that the focus stays on the other hand, which is moving through the scene. Now, I don't want the hand to look like it's pinned. It should still kind of keep moving. But by having that one stay a little bit more still, it'll give me room to then, as it does start moving over here, the focus will be brought to that hand for just a moment, instead of what's happening right now where that hand just kind of stays dead. Now, do I want to... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Something a little bit more like that. Now, the big thing is going to be trying to get it so that the hand eases into this position and doesn't just kind of stop dead. There we go. Octopath Traveler. I've heard a lot of good things about Octopath Traveler. Octopath Traveler, and there was another one that was really like a really popular RPG recently. What was it? Octopath Traveler, and I can't remember now. I need to get back into playing RPGs. I used to love RPGs. I still do. Mostly finding the time. Okay, now I need to watch this arm in 3D space because this switch right here is not working. It needs to come forward. always watch your scene from multiple angles, because if something isn't working from, or it looks like it's working from one camera, doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually working. And this is kind of a kind of point of debate, and it's really dependent on the scene that you're animating. But sometimes it doesn't have to look good from all angles. Sometimes you will cheat a motion so that it looks best from the one camera angle. That's not a bad thing. It'll depend on the show, though. If you're animating something that's in 3D, like with the 3D glasses, you're gonna have a lot less chances of getting away with cheating. If you're doing a video game animation, you're almost never going to be able to cheat. It's just not going to happen. So it's very dependent, but it's not a bad thing to cheat. It's just you have to be aware of when and how you're doing it, and doing it for a reason. My kind of mentality on animating in most cases is I want to get the animation to work from pretty much any angle. Not because it necessarily has to, but because I'm going to get better results because of it. So what I mean by better results is, let's say the director, I'm animating this, and then the director comes in one day and goes, hey, we need to change the camera angle a little bit. Well, because I made sure to animate it from all angles, if suddenly we have to do a back view here, it still works. If we have to do kind of a 3/4 view over here, it still works. I might have to change a few things in silhouette, a little thing here and there, but no matter where I put this camera, that motion works. It's not like one arm is bent in a totally weird way. Also, it makes sure that if you do light the scene and add shadows, that the shadows are not going to betray you and show one of your cheats. Iconoclast, that's another one I've heard a lot about. I think I have that one actually. Let's see. What else? Iconoclasts. I've got a whole bunch in my wish list. If you're looking for platformers, Hat in Time I've heard is really good. 3D platformer. Very reminiscent of like Banjo-Kazooie and those old games. That's definitely one I want to play at some point. What else? I tend to be more of a Switch player recently over PC. I used to be very much into PC gaming, but lately with the Switch it's just been more accessible for me in terms of just I can play it wherever I am. So it's been kind of my go-to recently. But what else? If you like strategy games or like building games, I've heard Oxygen Not Included is a lot of fun. I played a little bit of it and I really enjoyed it. It's my only machine, but I get that Hat in Time looks awesome too. Yeah, Hat in Time I believe is on Steam as well, so I would check that out. Let's see. Try to ease that a little bit more. Okay, so my curves are nice and smooth, but we'll see what that actually translates into. Okay. Why does the arm just stop there? Do, 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 do. Hey, Banjo-Kazooie! Banjo-Kazooie is probably one of my favorite games of all time. I love it. Now the hand should not... up down quite so much there. So let's raise this up just a bit right here. Oh wait, no, this is Donkey Kong Country. I heard the birds and I was thinking it was Click Clock Woods, but no, this is Donkey Kong 64. That was another game I know a lot of people were not fans of, or I've heard people were not fans of. I really liked it. The music, the atmosphere. There was just something about it that was very magical to Cameron and I. Noelia, hello! Let's see. I'm gonna do a little animation depression. Yeah, it's always good to get away from animation and just focus on doing something you enjoy. I've fallen into that trap many times where I just get into that like idea of I just have to keep animating, I just have to keep plugging away at it and then I can rest later. Don't do that. Rest when you can, enjoy, take breaks, live a good life. Animation is going to be there for you later. Don't feel like it has to take over your life or be your life. As much as I love animation, it is a job. It is something I love to do, but don't let it take over your life. And this goes for anything you ever do. Don't let one thing take over your life at the expense of all else. Oh, you guys have the Pratt rewards now? Yeah, it just got added into all Twitch channels now for affiliates, I think, where there's like reward points. I'm not sure what I'm going to use them for. If you guys have any ideas of what you would like to see kind of channel points used towards, definitely let me know. I'd love to have suggestions for that. The arm is a little better here. There's still some slight spacing issues. I believe it was Grant Kirkhope that composed these. Yeah, it was. He's one of my favorite composers. There's just something about his use of instruments and the way he blends them together. I absolutely adore. And the way he even uses sound effects and stuff and works those in. And from what I've seen, he seems like a really fun guy in general, so that's a nice plus. Whenever like a famous person or like something like that can also be a really nice person, that's always nice. Hey Silk, how's it going? This is not my custom rig. This is Christoph's custom rig. So if you're interested in getting this rig, it is absolutely free. There's the link to it. Christoph also has a Twitch channel, which I highly recommend. I think it might actually be linked down below there. If not, I should definitely put it there. But he makes some really awesome free rigs that if you're interested in looking at, definitely do so. They are fantastic and a lot of fun to work with. So let's see. I'm not a fan of how much that arm is moving right there. It kind of stops right here for one frame, which I'm not a fan of. I want it to be a little bit more still. Now, I really should not be focusing on getting it perfect, simply because I might have to tweak some other things, so really I should just be aiming to get it close, which I think right now is pretty close. Let's see, Grant Kirkhope? Yes, it was Grant Kirkhope. He scored the last shot I animated the credits for. Nice! That's awesome! I know he did like the Rabbids game, Mario versus the Rabbids, which was a lot of fun. And Silk, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. There we go. So let me see if I can revert the arm back to what I had before, just to show what the difference is. It's very slight. So boop. So if we look at that back arm, before it was kind of wiggling around, and when it came forward, it just kind of came along with the leg. If you watch the arm and the leg, they're kind of in sync right there, and then it kind of stays in sync through here, and the arm kind of just flops around a little bit there. But I switched it up, so now as the arm comes up, the hand almost stays in place. It freezes in place. And then as it comes forward, it actually goes a little faster than the leg before slowing down and sticking a little closer to the body for just like 1 or 2 frames right here. And what that does is just having it a little faster than the leg right here, and I can probably exaggerate this. So to exaggerate this, it would just be a matter of, let's bring this back here. So now the leg is the thing that's leading the action here, and then the arm goes a little faster here, and then maybe a little bit more there. So now I've just exaggerated that a little bit more, and what that does is it breaks it up from what the leg is doing and gives it its own momentum. And just kind of makes it so that your eye catches onto it just for a little bit. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to focus the audience's eye on specific things at specific times. So as the character comes down, the main thing I want them to focus on is this hand coming down. So that one's sticking out, it's out in silhouette, it's moving fast. But then as soon as it goes past, it hides behind the silhouette of the leg, and our focus, which has been kind of coming in this way, then switches to this hand as it goes up. And then this hand stays out in silhouette, keeping our focus right here. So it stays there. Then as it falls, that hand kind of stays very still, while this hand suddenly starts to move. It draws our attention into that hand right there. We kind of focus in on here. And then as it comes close to the body, now our focus transfers here and into this hand coming out for the staff. So I'm trying to use the amount of motion, the way they move, to focus the audience's eye from one hand to the next and not have them split from between two hands. This way, when they're looking at the shot, they're not just looking at one thing the whole time. There's kind of a back and forth a little bit, but also I'm not just doing this with both hands, because then if your character is just like waving both hands frantically, you're not going to be able to look at one or the other. You're just kind of seeing a lot of motion. So that was kind of my goal with this. Now I do have to do a hand pass. But before that, I should do a quick pass on the head. I did a pass on this first section here. Let's get this here. And I should mention, Silk, if you do have questions about any like CG stuff, 3D stuff, definitely let me know. That's really the goal of this stream, is to help people out and answer questions. So if there's anything you want to learn about or know about, feel free to ask anytime. So I kind of want to bring that head back in here. That arm is not in the right position there. It's cutting through her head. So I'll have to fix that. And let's maybe bring this up just a little bit more here. And ease this in here. Okay. So the head comes up, stays through. Now here I kind of want, as the body comes down, I want the head to still go up just a little bit. That way I can contrast the motion. And just build a little bit of a more dynamic feeling to this motion. So we kind of get a little weight in that head. I don't want too much, or else when she lands here, it'll feel like she's gonna crack her neck. And that's not going to be good. I could actually bring that like that, and then on this frame, let's just bring it down a little bit more. Okay. Now, on top of that, I've done the head. Now I should do the neck. Because right now the head is starting to drag upwards here, but the neck is doing nothing, which really makes the character look strange if the neck isn't reacting as well. And then here the neck needs to come back. Simplify that. I don't need any this. That's just complicating it for nothing. Well, actually, I might need a little bit of rotate Z. Let's just do rotate Z here. To make it easier, I'll just switch to gimbal mode. So I just want to make sure that the neck is kind of flowing with the line of action here. And this is just going to help push the graphical appeal of the pose here. I don't want to go too far, because once again, if I go too far, we're going to create the feeling that her neck is kind of weebling on her head, which is definitely not something I want. There's definitely something in the corner there, the way the body turns, which is not quite right. Should probably tone this down, actually. As much as I want to exaggerate, I do need to keep in mind the anatomy and that the neck does not move too much side to side. So, always something to kind of keep in mind is how much you're willing to kind of push the cartooniness versus the actual anatomical features. One is not better than the other, but you do have to make a informed decision. You can't just tweak it willy-nilly just because it's going to be fun. That could lead to a lot of weirdness. Okay. Now here, I think I'm just going to get rid of this. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Usually for the neck, I almost never animate the rotate Y, except if the character has like a very distinct Adam's apple or like a distinct feature on their neck. Usually most rigs you're not going to notice it, and unless it's going to be doing something very specific, I find it just kind of gets in the way of cleaning up the curves. I like fun. Let's see, so this is the rotate X of the neck, so here that neck should not snap back. I'm kind of using the curves here as an indicator of my spacing. Is this dark cloud? It is. And give me 1 second. I just noticed that my music player is not showing correctly. So let me just quickly adjust that. Because I do like to see the art. I know it doesn't really mean much to, it's just box art, but I like it. There we go. Dark Cloud was a lot of fun. That was a good RPG. Never finished it though, unfortunately. But I always wanted to play the second one. The second one seemed like a lot of fun. I still remember when it came out. Cameron and I were so excited for it. It looked so much fun. Okay. So here the neck is definitely over cranked. Let me look at the head as well. Oops, that's not the head. This is the head. Okay. So I might just have to cheat the neck here a little bit just because the head looks like it's being torn into the body, which is definitely not something I want to have happen. So I might just try to tone this down a little bit here. Hey Kirk, how's it going? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's see. Actually, no. So here, this is where you have to fight your the urge to smooth things out. So as I was working I saw this kind of bump here, and I went, "Oh, let's smooth this out. Try to get this nice, like, clean line." Before I suddenly realized that I have that for a reason. It's when the character is starting to fall. This is when the body is starting to drop down. So I want the neck to actually have this kind of quick turn here as the weight of the body gets pulled down. So, like I mentioned earlier, you don't want to just smooth things at a grand scale and just like constantly everything has to perfectly smooth at all times. No. Ooh, that would have broken things there. And Andrew, thank you so much for the follow. Andrew Mations me. That's an awesome username. That's not quite right. You want to be very careful of when and where you smooth curves. A perfectly smooth curve does not necessarily mean good animation. In fact, most often it'll mean that your animation is going to have a I guess, for lack of a better term, a lifeless quality to it. It's going to move. It's going to be. It could be pretty to look at, but it's going to feel like it's not physically interacting with the world in a interesting way. Oh, take care, Stephen. Happy holidays and happy New Year as well. Oh, Daniel. Hello, Daniel. How's it going? I don't think I told you, but my last day of work is today. Oh no! So if you need me to help with anything more next term at AM, hey, full-time student. Awesome. It'll be cool to see your work again. Let's see. Which class? You're going to be in class 6, correct? Yeah, you were doing class. What class were you? Class 5? 5 or 6? I remember your pirate shot. That was your one-person dialogue. I'm trying to think of a two-person dialogue. Sylvia, hello! Did I just miss your two-person dialogue, maybe? But I didn't know my job was ending until class 6 was full. Doing... Oh, nice! I'm class 5. Yeah, that was it, the gesture shot. I knew you had done a two-person. Silly brain. Okay, don't want to bring that head back so much. So what I'm trying to avoid here is the feeling that her head just snaps back and kind of whiplashes. I'll probably have a little bit of it. Like right through there. But we'll see. it'll be fun to have you back in AM night. It's not like you ever left, but just kind of back as a student, doing assignments again. That'll be cool. Alright. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. Plateauing. Yay, all the dailies. Okay. There's some spacing things with the head right in there that I'm not a huge fan of, but we'll kind of worry about a little bit. Now let's do the rotate Z here. So as she comes down, I want the head to drag a little bit more. Not too much, or else I'll break her neck, which definitely don't want to do. But enough that we feel the weight of the head. It's one of the big things that new students tend to miss out on, is the head tends to kind of feel a little weightless. The head is very heavy. It doesn't mean that we're going to be whipping around like crazy, but you do want to feel that overlap in the head. That feeling of weight and drag. And I've got a little too much right there. It kind of feels like she snaps her head back there. Let's see. Ooh, I'll also be able to show you some of my best work. Nice. That'll be awesome. I look forward to seeing it. Can't wait for something you've done, Daniel. Yeah, I'm glad you had that experience. It's kind of sad that it had to end, but hopefully it'll just lead to even cooler experiences in the future. Let's see. Let's try not dragging the head quite as much here. Oops. So I'm just going to take these keys here and let's just bring them in just a little bit. Keep that head from snapping back. Okay, now I also have to deal with the rotate Y of the head. So this is basically where she's looking at. And the problem right now is that her eye line is not focused on anything. As she's kind of jumping here, I want her to keep looking at the spear. Even though we can't really see her face, I want it to feel like she is kind of still looking towards this object that she threw. So I'm going to kind of tweak it to create that effect. And then as she's falling, let's ease that a little bit more there. And then let's just clear some of these extra keys out, don't need them. As she lands, I want her to start turning her head towards the ground. It shouldn't just drag straight up. The only reason it would drag straight up it was if she was a rag doll and didn't have any kind of brain function. And the reason for this is once she lands, she's going to need to know where she's going. So her head needs to move in a way that will allow her to kind of get a sense of her own world that she's inhabiting. She's also looking towards that staff still. So I do want to keep that in mind as well. Let me just see where... Okay. I'm going a little bit further ahead here, just so I can tweak the eye line and make sure I'm getting this correct, because it feels like it might just be a little too much right there. So maybe a little bit more like this. So let's see how that feels. So she looks up. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe, maybe not. I wonder if I can push my rotate Z right here, just for one frame. Or that's probably going to cause her head to feel like it really snaps. Let's actually see if I can drag this just a little bit longer so that her head... The main thing I want to avoid is the feeling of the head like bending and then snapping to the side. That is what's going to make her feel like she's broken her neck. So I'm trying to create this feeling of kind of a smear frame in a sense, but that flows into her next pose. And I'm not a fan of that head motion. She looks like she's doing this. She's shaking her head. That's not right. It should be more graceful. If anything, it'll be the eyes that that will be giving that effect. So let's straighten the head here just a little bit, and then ease this. Okay, something like that. Rotate Y. Let's clean this up. So what I want is... What do I want? She shouldn't be looking over there too soon. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Sylvia. Okay. There you go. I think that might do it. We'll see. Yeah. So I got rid of that kind of like no motion to her head, and now there's just kind of a nice up and drift. I'm basically trying to go into a very exaggerated moving hold here. And I can probably hold a little bit more, but I won't know until I get the next segment in there. I do need to tweak the other arm. It's kind of got a wiggle down here. I do like a little bit of the wiggle, but it's the silhouette. The fact that the fingers get lost right here for one frame is creating a visual pop. So if I can keep that visible for just a little, even just like that, it'll help keep the audience's eye from kind of registering a pop. Now I do have to watch this silhouette right there. She's got a little stumpy silhouette. And what I'm thinking here is I might break this up into two motions. Right now she kind of comes up, brings her arm in, and then reaches for the rod, and it's kind of just one general motion. I'm thinking she could come up and then reach. So it's kind of a 1-2 motion, just to make it a little bit more visually interesting. So I'm actually going to have to go up ahead to this frame here, which is 77, just so I can get that whole arm motion in there. So just kind of hit this pose a little sooner. Let's see. Comes in and hits like right in there before it reaches out. So let me actually look at the whole thing here. So yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of it already. There's like a little bit of a hold. I just want to exaggerate that. So 68 is where it hits. Let's take the pose from maybe 70. I'll just take the whole arm here. Okay. So right now we've got this pose on 68, which I like, so let's key that. And I want to keep it a little bit more still. Just a little longer. That way the reach is a little bit more extreme. So let's just start keying some things. Maybe move this key one frame over. Yeah, I think that kind of reads a little better. There's just like a little bit of a hold right in there. Just a little bit more. But now it's going to be the spacing of the arm. The exact arc I want. So another thing I have to really think about here is the pose that I'm going to get to here at the end. Because this is going to change a lot of the kind of way I get into this pose. So right now she kind of grabs, like this is kind of the reaching motion, and silhouette wise it's awful. Something like this would be better. With the arc that's going to be happening here coming down this way, bring the arm forward would be technically best, but now I'm blocking her face. So I have to be very careful here how I approach this so that I don't just hide her entire face, and that we build this up properly and get a good silhouette in that arm and a good motion through all of this. So something like that might be better. Now the elbow just kind of tucks in and then out. I'm not a fan of that. I think if... It's not terrible, but... Yeah, I guess it's okay. Basically, just to kind of explain my thought process here, is I'm trying to figure out a way or think of a way that I can build this motion so that there's kind of a, how to phrase it, I want this motion to be dynamic and flow from the kind of down pose here into the hold and into the grab. It has to flow between them, but still feel like they are separate motions and not just kind of a straight line going through. So it shouldn't just be move, hold, and then keep going. It should kind of move, hit a pose, and then from that go into another one smoothly, cleanly, gracefully. So right now I'm just kind of focusing on the elbow for that. And I'm not going to go too far with this for this part, simply because I need to make sure I get the body refined first. Because of the way the arm is being animated in this segment, if I don't do that, I'm going to be in a world of trouble. Like right here, I'm not a fan of how the elbow just kind of goes straight in and then comes up. Should be raising through there. So hold for a little bit there and then raise up. Yeah, that's a little bit better already. I do also have to actually animate the elbow through that segment. And what I mean by that is, as she's reaching, that elbow, as it's coming up here, would anticipate inwards. So she's gonna, before she goes to grab, the elbow is gonna come in and then go for the grab. It'll make it a little bit more dynamic. We're not going to really see it here, but we'll feel it. I can even close this a little bit more here. So it just holds a little bit more right in there. And then the spacing of the hand definitely needs some work right there. And that's partly because the elbow just locks off right here. Ideally, I should actually get this arm straight. Straight as I can. That way, silhouette-wise, we get this nice bend in the arm to show the weight being taken. A little wiggly. But that's not the main concern right now. It's mostly getting the main action in place. And this is going to be one of the tricky things when you're animating is, and it's kind of always going to be a pain, is trying to figure out what is something that needs to change and what is something that you have to ignore, even though it is absolutely wrong, you have to just ignore for now. So for example, all the little pops and wiggles in the arm, they don't matter. I cannot get bogged down in it because I'm going to be changing other things later on that I'm going to have to redo all that anyway. So right now what I'm just trying to do is I'm trying to get the main motion of the arm in place here so that I can then build the section that I'm actually working on, which is up to 73 here, get this motion right in there working properly. Now, one thing I'm kind of noticing here, and I'm going to double check the spine. Okay, I think the spine is fine here. Yeah, that's good. So what I'm noticing is that the shoulder is reacting too soon. Right in here, you can kind of feel how the whole like upper shoulder area is kind of twisting too soon right there. That's because this shoulder is starting to lead the action, it feels. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if her arm kind of comes up here and then she hits this pose, there's really no reason for that arm to keep going forward and upwards until she actually starts to reach forward. There should be kind of a little hold right there. And then really go forward as she goes for the reach. And then here, it shouldn't just stop, it should keep reaching. So you can see here what I meant by don't get too caught up on certain details because they will change. Now, this rotation is actually not the one I want. I want... Getting a little bit of a gimbal lock right in there. So now right here, you don't feel like that chest is just reaching out in a weird way. Ideally, I'm not a fan of animating the arms in this way, where the arm is tied to the clavicle control like this. To me, that is kind of a pain. But because of the extreme way I'm kind of tweaking the rig and making the character move, if I don't have it this way, it's more of a pain in certain ways. So this is just kind of a moment where you have to pick your evils. And depending on how it goes, I might actually just switch it out. We'll see. It'll depend on how much I start pulling my hair out in this segment. So here I want to create a sense of drag in the shoulder itself. So as she's kind of coming down, her shoulder itself is kind of up by her ear. But as she starts to straighten, that shoulder should kind of drop until it reaches here, and it should kind of be relaxed. Now this is going to tweak the arm quite a bit. That shouldn't be too hard to get back into position here. Let's open that up a little bit more. That's better. It's not quite right, but I think the next is the elbow. That's kind of giving me the pain right here. Yeah, it needs to overshoot. So the elbow is kind of straightening, and then it just kind of starts to bend right away. And what I really want to do is overshoot this just a little bit. And then get that bend in a little faster. And then this change of direction here is going to be very important to get right. I also have to get this rotation working. So the arm right now just goes out, then straight back in. I'm never a fan of stuff like that. It just looks boring. So if I can, I would much rather have this hand kind of move out in an arc and then inwards. And this, whatever rotation is happening here, is just a little too fast. Yeah, the timing on that is not, I'm not a fan of, because the arm kind of locks for like 3 frames right here, just bent and kind of doing nothing. Not a huge fan of that. Let's see if I can retime this just a little bit. Yeah, that feels a little better already. Really what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to time it so that the arm and the grabbing of the staff feel like they're happening kind of like a 1-2 moment, not just 1-2 quick just feeling versus 1-2. I don't want it to feel like it's just waiting. Better. Now it's just this graceful arc. Once I add some overlap to that wrist, that should be a little better. It definitely needs to be a little less. This is too much motion, because we should not be focusing on that arm. But it definitely feels better. I think if I just bring this up kind of a little bit more, so there we go. So just kind of tone that down a little bit more. And then avoid the hand kind of coming back there. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. It definitely needs more work, but we're kind of going outside the range that we're working in normally, so this is actually just where we're at here. There we go. I think we've got the head, the body, the arms pretty much in place. The one arm is kind of shaking right here, which I'm not a fan of. Right there. And already I can feel myself wanting to change the arm into switching to follow align mode. Just because I know I'm going to start regretting not doing that if I don't do it now. It made sense when I was blocking it out, but now that I'm polishing, I'm probably going to end up spending more time fighting it than if I just took the time to switch everything over. I wouldn't take all that much time, really. The big thing is going to be a matter of reposing some stuff. But as long as I have my draw overs, it won't actually take that much time. Okay. There we go. So we've got that. Ouch. So the wrists still need to be animated, but I also have to do a hand pass. And I think that's probably going to be the next thing, is doing a proper hand pass on this. I've just got quiet because I'm just trying to look at any little details that I might have missed. So, for a hand pass, I don't have enough time to do all of it, unfortunately. I was hoping to kind of get a good hand pass done, but I do want to show kind of my approach that I'll be doing here. Normally, when I'm doing a hand pass, I'll have had the whole hand blocked out right from the start. I didn't do this in this case because of all the issues that are going to come up with the staff. Because I need to get the staff blocked in first, I didn't do any of the hands, because if I did, I'd end up just having to redo all of them anyway. Which to me is very annoying because I like to pose out hands. So at this point, I've got to just pose out the hands for this whole shot and get nice hand poses throughout. This is going to be tricky. I could just try to animate straight ahead, and that could work, but I might end up just over animating the hands or making them do too much. Hands don't actually move all that much. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for key moments, put poses in there, and then work between them to get from one pose to the next. So for example, one key moment here is I want this hand, as it's kind of coming across the ground, I want her to feel like she's kind of just gliding her hands across the ground. Just to kind of get a sense of grace in this. So it's not like she's slamming her hand down or just trying to keep her hand away from the ground. She's not putting weight on her hand, but just kind of brushing the ground a little bit. So that's what I want to aim for here. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of get a good angle to the wrist here. And actually, let me... Okay. Yeah, let's drag that wrist back here. And let's just pose out the fingers. So to do this, I'll just kind of put my hand in a position that is close to what I want, and then I just kind of look at it as reference. And what you can also do is use your 2D pan and zoom tool to just get a nice clear look at what's happening here and how you're posing it to camera. So the big thing I want is to get the feeling that there is pressure. She's not just touching the ground in a very no, there is pressure being put through the fingers as she is sweeping the ground here. But it should feel very light. It should feel kind of deliberate, but gentle. I always love Sonic music. Got such a good beat to it. So something like that. The ring finger should probably be contacting the ground as well. No, it's not going to be quite as far back here, but still get some pressure in there. So something like that. I'm going to work on getting the spacing and the angle of the hand better in just a second, but then the pinky is going to be kind of relaxed and not touching the ground here. Not quite reaching. Okay, so right now that looks awful. Mostly because the angle of the wrist is not helping with this pose. So I'm going to try and readjust it so that I can now take what I had, and let's actually look at the angle that is coming through here. Take that and use that as kind of a guide. So I just got a very basic pose to begin with, and now I'm going to use that and build off of and try to get a better silhouette than what we had before. Something like that. Pinky maybe be a little straighter. Wonder if I should just simplify it. Or Let's try this. Let's really just push this finger in. The thing I love about hand poses is there's so many varieties you can go with. And it really just, everything kind of changes, like the feeling you're gonna get. I kind of like it a little bit more like that. Just kind of gentle, just ever so slightly contacting the ground. Now the thumb, the thumb is one of the things that a lot of people, I feel, don't get quite right when they're first starting out, mostly because of the default of a rig. Rigs will often have either the thumb default like this or very close to the hand. And both of these positions are good, but only for certain poses. That joint moves around a lot. But what people often do is they just look at the first two joints right here, so that one and this one, and they'll move that, but without moving that inner joint that's like way down here. That joint is the one that gives a lot of personality to the hand. If the hand is relaxed, that joint comes in. If you're active, it goes out. So the way you change this, and you can see how much it changes the shape of the hand from flat to this kind of extra triangle shape down below. This is not this joint over here, that's the lower joint right there. So in this case, if she's kind of bring her hand down to the ground, it's going to be this joint over here that does a lot of the motion. And even when you're relaxed, thumbs tend to kind of have like a backwards angle to them. Not everyone's thumbs are different, but the majority will have kind of a little bit of a swoop back there. So try not to just get like curls like this all the time. Sometimes it'll work. It depends on your character. Most characters will have a swoop. The other thing to keep in mind is that the thumbnail, if you put your hand like that, your thumbnail is not pointed straight to the side. Unless you really bring your thumb forward, your thumbnail kind of points back up. So I'm going to just take this and just get a little rotation this way, so the thumbnail favors the back of the hand and not this way, which is going to make the thumb feel a little broken. So even just something like this. Now I think I can maybe push this pose here just to get a little bit more of a straight in that finger, and maybe let's open it up just so I can get a cleaner silhouette in this finger pose. And I wonder if silhouette wise. Okay, let's try this. I just want to see if I can get the line of the back of the hand to the fingers. You can see how there's kind of this 1, 2 in the line of the hand. I want to see if I can get a cleaner line like this, and then just take the wrist and bring it down. So now we get this nice clean line from the wrist all the way down to the fingertips. And then I'll use the thumb to kind of accentuate that line here. Let's do that, and then kind of push that shape there. I don't want to lose the shape of the palm here, but I do want to try and push as much as I can. The other thing to keep in mind is that your hands do flex here, and there's this rotation right there. This is the cupping of the hand. So I want to make sure I include that a little bit. Even though we can't see it from this angle, it's going to help. let's see. I kind of want to see if I can push the silhouette a little bit more. So maybe just push this lower. The big thing I'm trying to push is the fact that I want to see that it's not just 2 fingers. I do want the feeling of multiple fingers coming through here. So something like that for now. Now, before this pose, this is the contact. I want to make sure that we have a good, clear contrast on the frame before. So let's kind of bring that wrist down. So that way we can kind of feel the wrist angling back. And the fingers will relax a little bit. And kind of create a reaching pose, which they're actually pretty much in right now. So we get this contrast in the fingers. I could even maybe curl this in just a little bit more, just to get kind of a clean line in the silhouette here. So let's say something like that to that. So I want to feel that difference. And I wonder if I can push this a little bit more. So maybe take this arm, push it a little bit more, so that we can take the wrist and push that a little bit more. And now we really feel that difference. Bring it forward just a little bit more. I want the hand to have more of a swoop backwards here. So let's take the wrist, bring it in line here, and I'm just going to exaggerate this pose with the fingers to make a kind of, I don't want to call it a smear frame, but it's pretty much going to be what it is. I want to push these fingers to what's this? Oh, cool. Push the fingers to point towards where they were. So we get that, and then let's angle the wrist. Get that pointing in the right direction. There we go. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to go for a ballet pose. If you've ever looked at how ballerinas hold their hands, they tend to have this kind of pose where the pinky and the index finger are kind of pointed up. And this creates a very graceful swoop to the hand. So I'm trying to kind of replicate that here. Even though we're not going to see it really from this angle, I'm hoping it'll just kind of give a little bit of a grace to this this hand pose for one frame. And from this view, the hand's kind of a little mangled, but that's fine. This is where you don't have to get every pose absolutely perfect. Let's push the thumb here. Okay. So we go from there to there. Ideally, I would have liked one more frame on the ground here, just to really show the friction, but we won't get that chance, unfortunately. Will we? Now I'm just kind of curious. Would I be able to hold the hand on the ground one more frame? Or maybe even just kind of bring it down there. Yeah, I kind of like that. The problem with where it was before is it's so high that it creates this kind of bounce off the ground, which I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of when things feel like they bounce off the ground. Unless they're actually bouncing, to me it should feel more like it's a swoop or a I don't know, a graceful touch. I'm just going to try something here. So what I was having before was that I was trying to push the wrist so that it was bent forward first, and then it hits the ground and we feel the bend back. But I'm wondering if I push it more this way, if I can make it feel like she's brushing the ground with her hand. Kind of swooping through a little bit more. I wonder if that feels better. Or maybe I can just do a similar thing just by raising this here and really pushing this here. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. Now, we've got that moment right there, that touch. So what I need now is to really kind of showcase this hand motion is I need that hand to come from somewhere so that it can go somewhere. So what that means is if I have the hand going like this where it's touching the ground and before that it's relaxed, well, before that, if I just keep the hand relaxed, it's going nowhere. It's just doing this later on. So if I want to make it feel like she comes in and opens her hand to reach for the ground, so she's reaching down to the ground, well, I need the hand to be a little bit more closed during this initial jump. So I'm probably going to try to do that here. So as she comes in, how do I want to do this? She's jumping forward. I definitely want a kind of reaching pose here. This should feel kind of graceful and kind of this graceful reach forward. So let's get that hand pose in here. I also have to do an eye pass and face pass, but we'll get to that. And actually, I think lunch is almost ready here. So I might have to call it pretty soon. But I do love hand poses. Hand poses are some of my favorite things. Because if you can get them right, it's amazing how much life you're going to add to your shot. So let's kind of keep these a little bit more together. Index finger, sorry, middle finger is going to be a little straighter. So one thing to watch out for when you're tweaking hand poses is the angle of the joints and which ones bend more than others. So a common, I don't want to say mistake, but a common like misposing is to bend this joint when the hand is not pushing against anything. If you look at your hand and try to just bend those end joints. So I'll just try with one finger here and let's go full screen. So take that finger and just try to bend that one joint up there. I can't. Unless I actually hold this and then move it, that's when it moves. Or if I push on it, then I can kind of move it on its own. That joint doesn't really move. When your hand is relaxed, if you look at this joint to the end, they're almost all straight. The only one is the pinky that tends to kind of curl a little bit more. And keep in mind, everyone's hands are different, so don't take this as the one rule. But in general, because of the way the tendons in the hands work, that joint will tend to be straighter. So if your hands are relaxed, you've got to bend here, there, and then there, but not on that fingertip. Yeah, some people it's amazing how flexible their hands are. Like I know a friend who can take, was it their index finger or middle finger, and bend it all the way back to touch their wrist, which is definitely not normal. So they can just take that finger and just like bend it back and it all the way back to the wrist, and it just looks so freaky. Another friend of mine can take their thumb and bend it back so that the thumb bends over top of the hand. In terms of like hand, or keep in mind this applies to any part of the body, there is no 100% this is how they work, because everyone is different. Everyone will have different anatomy. The key is that you want to establish that anatomy first in the shot. So for example, if your character is a contortionist, you would want to make sure to show them as a contortionist in your story first, before just showing them contorting, just kind of in a random motion, because then it might feel broken. Hey Fusune, hello. I'm a software dev for a few years, and I'm into game dev as a hobby. Nice, but I'm terrible with 2D art. Any tips? I'd like to get a straight path where I could evolve through time. So for 2D, I'm a CG animator. I animate in CG, so with rigs and stuff. I actually don't draw all that much. With that said, my brother does draw quite a bit. He does 2D animation as well as CG. And I have been learning 2D animation or 2D art. And the big thing that I would recommend, well, actually, let me ask you this first. What aspect of 2D art are you most interested in? So, for example, are you interested in doing background design, character design, 2D animation? What of those fields, or what field are you kind of aiming for? Because each one is going to have kind of a different approach to things. Not that it's hugely different, but character design and environment design. Okay. So with character design, there's a few things that are going to be very important in getting right. The first is going to be anatomy. You'll need to know how to draw. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. You'll need to know how to draw anatomy. So let's get rid of this. So for example, again, keep in mind I'm not the greatest at drawing, but This is actually something, if you tune into the Wednesday streams, that's when my brother streams, and he can do a whole art class for you if ever you're interested. Yeah, and then there's some streams down below too if you're interested. But the big things that you're going to need to learn when you're first getting into character design, you'll need to learn anatomy, because it's helpful to know how things attach and where things go. This does not mean that you have to know the name of every single muscle in the body and every bone and all of that. But knowing, for example, little tips and tricks, like let's say you're drawing a leg. A leg is not just a straight bone. Let's say you've got the hip here. It is not just a bone that goes straight down into a foot like that. The hip attaches, so you've got your hip here, and your leg attaches from the femur, and the femur is shaped, it goes up here and then comes down at an angle inwards before your lower leg bones come down kind of in this straight line here like that, which then goes into the foot. Why is this important? Well, when you're designing your characters, or you could be designing a creature, some sort of fantastical fantasy creature, knowing that structure and how you can tweak that will change the way the muscles attach to that. So the way the muscles attach to the leg, for example, let's do the muscles. The muscles should have been in red. That would have been the smart thing to do. But let's do the muscles in blue, I guess. So the muscles, the way they attach to the bones is very important in getting the overall shape of the character and the flow of the design. So for example, with the leg, you've got one muscle that attaches from the top of the iliac crest. That's your hip bone right there. Oh, take care, Artstoff. Thank you so much for hanging out. So you've got a muscle that attaches here down to your femur. From the iliac crest, you also get your obliques, which are the side muscles which attach up to your rib cage and then down the front here. From the femur there, you get your quad muscles, which come through and attach to the knee right here. And the quad muscles is 4 different muscles. That's why they're quads. And they attach along the length here and then down to the knee. You've got an inner muscle right on the leg right there that comes in and attaches this way. So you actually get kind of a dual bump right here, a line and then another bump right in there. And this actually attaches down below the knee here. You've got your glutes. Now, with this angle, we wouldn't see the glutes. That's the butt muscles, but those would be kind of back there. And by kind of understanding all of these and the shapes and forms that they create, it makes it easier to understand the flow of the leg. So, for example, the lower leg. The outside of the lower leg has a higher peak than the inside. So the shape of the leg kind of has this form to it. The outside of the leg tends to be smoother, whereas the inside has this kind of bump to it. Now the ankle has the opposite. If you look at your little bony nubs on your ankle, they go the opposite of the calf muscles. So you get a little bump up here and another one down there. So this helps you to create this flow in the leg. So even if we have something very basic like this, and it's proportionally all wrong, you're creating that natural flow. If you're animating the character, understanding how these shapes form and where you can push and exaggerate them is going to be very helpful in kind of creating the proper, I guess, the lines of motion. Because if, for example, we have a leg and we're just doing this and then foot, well, that's not interesting to look at. It's just a big ball over top of a big ball. That's not interesting. Instead, you've got kind of a large shape there with a straight that then kind of curves into this shape. So if you look at your leg, you've actually got kind of this cross curve right in there, like that. And then you can kind of just fill in the knee right there, and you've got basically a leg shape. But that's from understanding the musculature beforehand and the way the bones attach to that. Again, do you have to learn the name of every single muscle in every bone? No. It helps, for example, knowing that the iliac crest is that bony nub right on your hips. But it's not going to be the be-all, end-all. So that's the first thing, anatomy. So let me actually move all of this up here just to get it out of the way. So anatomy is going to be the thing that allows you to properly construct your characters in terms of putting them together. The next thing in terms of character design that's going to be helpful is going to be proportions. Now, proportions, there is a very big stumbling block on proportions, which is when most people think of proportions, it's okay, I need to learn exactly how tall a character is always going to be. So for example, when you first learn to draw, often people are taught the 8 heads tall method. So that means that if your character's head is this high, the rest of the body, or the whole character, is going to be 8 heads tall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now keep in mind these circles are awful, but 8 heads tall. You've got your head, your chest, your neck and chest are 3 heads tall right here, and then your legs are 4 heads tall. So your legs are about half the size of your entire body. So from there, so you're learning all these proportional tips, which are very helpful to a point. They help you understand where the structure of the body is. So for example, how wide is the shoulder? The shoulder is 3 heads wide. So if you take your head size there and then draw 2 others, that'll be the width of your shoulders right there. So we can start to figure out where things should fall on the character. Great. Very helpful. Oh, take care, Tara. So that is useful. And I definitely recommend learning these and kind of jotting them down. Do not get locked into them. The reason being, what happens if you have to draw in perspective? So for example, the hand is typically, if you put your hand to your base of the hand to your chin, your fingers should reach your hairline, typically. That is the typical hand size for most humans. Well, what if you're drawing in perspective? For example, I've got my camera here, and if I do this, well, my hand is no longer from chin to hairline. Like if I do that, my palm itself is from chin to hairline. The fingers go above that. So don't get caught up on proportions. Proportions are a good guide. They are good to kind of know offhand, just like, oh yeah, it's, how to put this? It's helpful to kind of break things down, and they help you figure out what might not be working. So my palm is from chin to eyebrows. So if your palm is from chin to eyebrows, that is a teenager proportions. So as a teenager, most teenagers, their proportions from the palm to the fingertips is going to be to the eyebrows. Younger children, it's smaller than that. So if your palm goes from chin to eyebrows, you just got teenager proportions, which is kind of cool. So knowing things like that can be very helpful. And they help diagnose an issue, but they should not be your, like, it has to be this way. Don't let it drive all of your drawings. I did that for a long time, and it really set me back in my drawings. I would try to understand all of these proportions when really it doesn't matter as much. In character design, it'll matter a little bit more so that you can draw your character repeatedly and consistently, but don't get caught up on it. Also keep in mind that proportions can change. You can have a character, for example, who's got a strong jaw, and let's kind of give them like a bull neck like that, big broad shoulders, but a tiny little waist, like really make them triangular in shape. So just really kind of superhero physique here. Big broad arms. Or you could have the same thing. We'll start with the head about the same size, same jaw, we'll say, but this time we'll give him a skinny little neck, little shoulders, and maybe some sort of like pot belly. So he's just kind of pear-shaped like this, and he's just got his arms kind of like that, and now his hips kind of underneath that, and big thick legs. So you can push your proportions a lot, and there's no set, like, it has to be this way. Go all out with it and change things. It's a lot of fun to experiment. So anatomy, proportions, and then the next one, and this is for animators, it's the most important, but for graphical character design, it's also very important, is gesture drawing. And gesture drawing is being able to capture the sense of motion in a pose without actually having animation. So a character should be able to feel like they're in motion in one drawing. And gesture has a bunch of rules, line of action, silhouette, things like that. But it really comes down to clarity and intention of posing, and making sure that is clear. It is the substructure that everything builds upon. You can have amazing anatomy, amazing like creative proportions, but if the core gesture is boring, none of it is going to be interesting. It's just going to be basically a character in a T pose, just like sorry, my drawings tend to be very scribbly when I draw quickly. So just a character in a T pose. That arm's a little short. Just like that. Straight, boring, bleh. It's never going to be interesting. Gesture is trying to capture the feeling of motion. So, for example, if a character is running, well, how do they run? Do they run with their kind of body curled up here, or maybe like a really nice straight line all the way through, the one leg kind of really high up like this, and they're just kind of really swinging their arms through? So maybe something like that, or maybe let's even go more and like really pump this arm forward. So you can see it's a scribble of a drawing, but it's trying to capture that feeling of motion right in that. Or do they run maybe kind of Scooby-Doo-esque? I've been watching a lot of Scooby-Doo lately, so if everyone's wondering why I keep referencing it, do they run like with their hips first? So a little bit more like this, and maybe their arms, their shoulders might be up, and they're just kind of running with their arms like tucked in like this. So again, and this is where proportions come in. I'm drawing this and I'm noticing size of the top half, to the lower half, look at how much, like, the top half is that big. Or like it's a little bit bigger than the leg. That's telling me, you know, my leg might be a little short. I don't have to get exactly right. I don't have to make it exactly 1-to-1. But it just kind of gives me an indication that, you know, maybe that leg should just be a little longer. So this is where proportions come in. It's not there to dictate every single pose and be an absolute, but it's there to kind of aid you in making sure things are not weird. And Lego, thank you so much for Lego Ben. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, it's pushing things. Shaggy, for example, when he runs, he's got an S curve in his body. He tends to kind of run with like this curve here, but then his legs are like kicking out below. And you can even get even more here. So he's got this like hunch to him the whole time, and his head tends to actually be quite low. And you can even do this, like you can see, it's just a line of a spine into the legs. And I'm trying to understand the gesture here. Once you have that, you can always clean it up after. I tend to draw very messily, and then I clean up my drawings later. But it's very important to understand these three different topics and bring them all together. Without gesture, your poses are going to look boring. Without anatomy, your poses are not going to make sense. Your character, like, physically is just going to look weird. And then without proportions, or without consistent proportions, every character can have different proportions, but without consistent proportions, you're not going to have a character that feels stable. They'll be morphing from one shape to another. So those would be the big three things I would recommend. Now for environmental design, I've never done environmental design, so I can't really say for that. The big thing would be composition. If you're doing environmental design, study composition. That's going to be very helpful in creating not just like a field of grass, okay, yay, it's a field of grass, but something that looks interesting to look at. And that could be very helpful. So I hope that helps. And if you do have other questions on that, definitely let me know. And if ever you need a proper drawing demo, let me know and I can get Cameron to record one, or to do one in one of his streams for you. Aw, thanks A to the J. Always with the bits. Let's see. So right now I'm just trying to get this thumb into position here. Again, keep in mind always watch the thumbnail, and this is where anatomy comes in. Understanding where the thumbnail will be positioned. It's not going to be straight up and down, so it's not going to be, oops, wrong control. It's not going to be this. That's going to be weird. A to the J, thank you so much. So it's not going to be that, but it's also not going to be perfectly sideways. It's kind of a 3/4. Something like this. So understanding that is just going to help push the hand a little bit more. Now let's see, how does this feel? Kind of feels a little too trident-y, because the spacing of these fingers and these ones are very similar. So I'm just going to bring that in just a little bit more. So I still want an interesting design on there, but make sure they don't mirror each other. Maybe bring this one in just a little bit more as well. Okay. We'll start with that for now. So now that hand has a little bit more purpose than what I had before, which is just this kind of relaxed hand pose. Okay, now how do I want to change this throughout? So it starts with that, and then I don't want to over animate it. That's really not the point of this hand motion here. But as it comes in, I do want it to kind of relax and maybe kind of come into an anticipation pose, which would probably be about maybe here. Let's try 36. Yeah. Hope you have a wonderful holidays as well. And this goes to everyone here. I know not everyone celebrates the holidays, especially since we've got people here from around the world. But regardless, I hope the next few weeks and just your next year in general is fantastic. And I do wish everyone all the best because you all deserve it. Deserve some rest, deserve a break, deserve to have some fun. Actually, not on this pose. The reason I don't want it on this pose is that'll only give me 2 frames to open it up, and I need at least 4. So if this is touching here, 38, I need it on this pose here. Okay. Or maybe 35. We'll say 35. Oh, thanks, Night Loaded. I really appreciate that. So here I want the hand to be a little bit more relaxed. So, I shouldn't say relaxed, sorry. It's not relaxed, but kind of like anticipating the movement down she's going to do. So I kind of want to tweak this wrist up. Eventually I'll do a pass on this collar control or wrist collar control to clean that up, but for now I'll just leave it be. So get the hand in position here, and I want to create kind of a antic here. So let's get that finger bent down there. And Wacko, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, hello. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. I keep seeing when you're streaming, and it's always when I'm in the middle of a project. I hope things have been going well. Actually, no, wait. I did see one of your streams recently. I had time to pop in quite quickly. And you were working... What was it you were working on? It was really cool. Oh, what was it? We're rivals. I'm doing well. And Butcher, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Thank you. A Kung Fu Zergling? Maybe that was it. Yeah, maybe. It was really cool, whatever it was. Sailor Lenny? No, I think it was the Kung Fu Zergling. Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing a hand pose. I'm just kind of looking down at my own hand. But yeah, it was really cool. Definitely need to stop in at some point and actually chat a little bit. Let's see. I keep thinking, I should drop by more streams, and then I work, and by the end of the day, it's like, oh, no one's streaming. I should just change my work schedule. That way I can watch everyone's streams. Oh, thank you so much for the bits. Oh, I really appreciate that. Put that in just a little bit more. Oop. Now, actually, if the hand is closing, I do need to make sure I tweak that control too. And I'm doing it again. I always forget. I always pose the middle finger last. It's just the way I work. I do the index and then the pinkies, and then kind of work my way in because those are the outer two, so they kind of inform the entire silhouette. And when I'm working alone, that's fine. No, it's like whatever. But when I'm working on stream, I tend to forget that most people, when they jump in, what they're going to see is someone giving them the middle finger. And it's just like, really? Why do I keep forgetting that? It's not that hard. Just lower the middle finger. Pose it second. Spend so long streaming, don't have time to watch streams. Exactly. It's so much fun to watch other people streaming. Get to learn some new workflows. Get to hang out and chat. Okay. So right now what I'm really trying to do with this hand pose is get a nice clean arc to the fingers. And this is one of the big things I look for in hand poses when I'm doing them, is trying to get a appealing arc to the hand, and not just in the tips of the fingers, but in every knuckle. So for example, right here, let's see, turn this on, and let's actually just delete that layer and make a new one. So right now, if we look at this, it's going to be very blobby because we're zoomed in so close. But it's just this kind of straight line right here, which is okay, but definitely not as interesting as we could make it. So for example, if I push this in, even just that, if you look at the line of the knuckles right now, suddenly it creates just a little bit more of a curve. And if I push maybe that a little higher, well, there you go. Now we've got a curve through that hand versus that boring straight line. And I'm actually going to straighten this joint out here just a little bit and kind of put the thumb into the crook of the hand there. Flip. So even the fingertips, I'm trying to create an arc right through there. So now we're getting two clear arcs through this hand, and I can push the thumb as well. Right now it's just kind of straight right there. So let's see if we can push that a little bit more. Just bend that. Maybe rotate thumb a little bit like so. And now we've got just a little bit more shape to the hand. A little bit more visual interest. So even when we look at it from a distance, it's just going to be a little bit more interesting. And now we've got this moment here where the hand closes and then opens up again. Now I do want to hold that close a little longer. Right now it just kind of opens or closes and then opens right up again. So I think I might even relax it a little bit more, not close it all the way. It just kind of feels a little too extreme here when I kind of played it back. So I might just kind of keep that finger out and then the middle finger as well. Oops, there we go. Frame up on the right thing there. The middle finger as well, let's kind of relax that. Just so we can get a little bit more of a silhouette in the hand. Oh, what happened there? Interesting. So as it comes down, we just get a little bit more silhouette, a little bit more of a interesting shape. There we go. So what I like about this, that one of the reasons I'm doing this, is now instead of the whole pose kind of moving forward, the fingers are contrasting that motion. So let's zoom out here and kind of focus right here. If you watch the fingers compared to the rest of the body is going screen left, but the fingers are actually curling in. And it creates just this slightly more interesting breakdown than if the characters just got their hands like this and they just slide forward. Now, does this work perfectly? No, definitely not. One of the big reasons is that, let me get rid of these extra controls here. All the fingers are moving at the exact same time. So really I've only got 3 keys here. 1, 2, or actually this key shouldn't even be here. I can tweak from there, I guess. Let's just delete it and see what we get. Yeah, so right now the fingers just close into that and then open to this. That is not great. It's just boring and linear. So instead, let's try to push it to be a little bit more interesting. So first of all, I'm just going to copy the pose. So, oops, that's the wrong thing. So let's set a key here and just copy the pose from before. And then let's see if I can exaggerate. Ooh, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to just do this frame. So I'm using the Animbot tool just to kind of push my curves a little bit. Just to tighten that hand just for one frame. Just a little bit. Okay, so we've got that. Now, I'm just gonna go kind of halfway between here, set a key, and actually there's a question. Why the 3D on the right is colored in a different way on the left? Oh, so, do you mean, like, these are, oh no, wait, sorry. Oh, so the rig itself, like on the left it looks really nice, on the right it kind of has this weird, like, shaded look to it. It's just the way the viewport is set. So in Maya you can actually go to lighting right here, and if I use flat lighting, this just gives this very kind of cartoon look to it, which this is what this rig was made for. All the shading and whatnot is built into this rig, so it gives this nice cartoony look. Most rigs you won't want to do this because they'll just look perfectly flat. The reason I keep it like this is mostly so I know which is my work camera and which is my actual camera. So the one on the left, this is my shot camera. This is what's going to be play blasted, what the audience will see. Let's say if it's playing on a TV or something. So I want this one to be as close to what the audience will see as possible. That's why there's no controls. I can't even see the manipulator. Nothing. I just see the pose. On this other side, I really don't care about seeing what the audience will see because this is my work camera. And oftentimes I like to... Whoa, shoot. Abby Dog... Whoa, thank you so much for the bits. Whoa, thank you so much. And Pride bits, yes, awesome. Uh, that's awesome, and it is a really cool rig. I can't take credit for it. This is a free rig created by Christoph Scotch, and there's the link right there. If you guys are interested in using this rig, check it out. It's absolutely free. It is a fantastic rig. Really, really cool. I love this rig. He also has a few other rigs, and he just released a new one, I think last week, which is really cool. Or maybe it was this week, which is really cool. So definitely check out his stuff there. Yeah, and thank you again so much for the bits. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, the ruby one, which is really cool. It's got like a collapsible scythe. It's really neat. So I put a key here in the middle between my two key poses, and the big thing that I want to do is I want to break down this hand pose so that it doesn't just close evenly. Now the thing with hand poses is that they tend to close in a very specific way. If you open your hand and then close it, almost everyone, not everyone, but almost everyone, will close pinky side first. So we close our hands like this. We don't do this. Not often. When we open our hands, it's pinky and then pinky. Now when we open our hands, that can be a little different. It depends on what we're doing. Some people tend to open their hands like this. So if I'm gesturing to someone, it'll open index finger first. But if I'm reaching for something, especially if it's away from me, it'll be pinky side that opens first. You kind of reach for it with the finger that's closest. So opening the hand is kind of varied, but closing is almost always pinky side first. So as this hand kind of comes in here, that's what I want to get in. Like it's a small detail, but if I can keep, for example, these fingers just a little bit more open, and if I want to try and do this quickly, I can use a tween tool here. I almost never use tween tools, but I just kind of want to show how you can work quickly here. I can just quickly use the tween tools to bring those first fingers open just a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more than that. Like that. And then this one just a little bit more. Let's bring it back. And the pinky, let's actually lead the action. So it actually starts to close a little faster. Or actually, now let's drag it just a little bit more. So the ring finger is going to need just a little bit more as well. Something like this. So just by doing that, suddenly we've got a more natural close to the fingers. And this is doing it very roughly, very quickly. Yeah, opening index first, that's very dependent on the person and dependent on where you have your hand. So for example, if I'm putting my hand forward like this, oftentimes I'll open pinky first, especially if I'm reaching away from me. If I'm kind of my hand towards me like this, it's almost always index first. So it opens this way. It really changes based on the angle of your wrist. So if you put your wrist this way and then try to open up your hand, it's kind of weird to try and open it up index first. You'll go pinky first. But if you close your hand this way, it's pinky first, and this way, it's pinky first. Most of the time, not all the time. So if you kind of have that kind of knowledge built in, you can make your hands, the way your hands open and close, much more natural on your character just by adding one breakdown like this. The other thing to keep in mind is, like I had mentioned before, that your first joint here is going to bend first. It's going to start bending before this joint does. So your fingers tend to bend at that halfway point a lot more than they do at the tip. So what you don't want is the fingers to close and, for example, this to lead. Unless you're doing like a really like Palpatine-esque character that's kind of doing that. or a claw shape, usually it's going to be this joint that's going to lead. And then even if I use the tween tool, I almost always try to break down the poses a little bit more and actually key everything myself. I'm not a fan of just letting Maya do the work for me. There we go. So even just adding that one key, now I get a little bit more of a natural motion in there. Now, same thing when it's opening up here. I can just set a quick key. And I should just, because I'm going to be doing so many hand poses up next, or for the next little bit, I'll just take all the hand and go to Create, Sets, Quick Select Set, and I'll call this Hand Right, and Add to Shelf. So now I just have to click on that to get all my controls. And what I want to do here is, well, just make sure that, in this case, the index finger is opening up first. So let's kind of straighten that out just a little bit more. Get that middle finger straightening out. Basically, I'm trying to get the silhouette of it kind of just a little bit more open to camera. And then let's keep the pinky a little bit more closed. And pinky and ring finger are tied, or not tied together, but they're very much linked together because they share a tendon. In case you ever thought your life could have been different, YouTube's highest earner this year was... Oh yeah, is he the toy... he reviews toys, I believe. Ryan Kaji? If I remember correctly. He is the top YouTuber. Which is just... It's amazing. Very... Very lucky kid. Lucky and unlucky at the same time, I guess. I don't know. It feels like, as much as that could be absolutely fantastic in terms of like, hey, he's never gonna have to worry about money ever, I hope it doesn't ruin things for him and give him a skewed view on life. Kind of want to bring this wrist back here, make that arm nice and kind of flow through. More like that. Oh wow, he has a Nickelodeon show? Wow. Okay, so let's see how this feels here. There we go. So it doesn't take much. I just got 3 main poses: the touch, the close, and the start, and then basically tween from there, and we've got hand motion. And it's not much. It's not supposed to be apparent. It's not like the character's doing this and wiggling their hands in the air. It's just enough to keep it alive, so that when we do frame through, the character is not just this. And there you go. So now I would just have to do it for the last half of the shot for that hand. That's going to be mostly here, getting a kind of tuck and then open up right there. I kind of want to have the hand kind of expand right there. But I think I'm going to have to call that for another time, simply because I think lunch is ready and it's probably been sitting for a while. And I haven't had breakfast, so technically it's going to be supper. Supper, breakfast, lunch, all in one. So I should probably go grab something to eat. But we're getting there. At this point, I think the big thing I need to do is I still need to do a clavicle pass. I just kind of realized I haven't polished those. They're in place, but I should do a polishing pass on them. I need the fingers and then a quick face pass on here, just to add some very quick expressions. This shot is not going to be about expressions. This is not a facial animation, mostly because it's so far away from the character, it's not going to matter very much. But doing things like raising the eyebrow on one side so that we can get some nice contrapposto in the face, giving a little bit more of a nice visual look to the eyes. So even something as simple as, for example, closing one lid just a little bit more and opening the other, just something like that, will lead the eye of the audience to where she is looking. So just something like that versus everything being perfectly straight and even would add a lot. And then making sure that the eyes are animated too. So for example here, she should probably be looking down to where she's going to be putting her hand, versus just kind of staring straight out into the open. So things like that. But that should be pretty quick. And then once we have all that, we move to the next segment and kind of start it all over again. The joy of polish, or technically refining. But it's a lot of little things, but they all add up to make something that is much more visually interesting. So I hope this was interesting to listen to, and hopefully it wasn't too boring watching some basic finger motions. Yeah. So I'm not sure when the next stream is. I think it's next Monday. Let me double check here. Just because of the holidays, I'm all backwards on what's going on when. Yeah, I think there's another one next Monday. Hopefully, it'll depend on if I manage to get home in time. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for hanging out and watching me animate. It's always a lot of fun to get to animate and do stuff like this. I really love it. And as usual, if you guys do have questions or demo requests, always feel free to message me or my brother down in the Discord below. I think actually I should just post the Discord here. I think I do have it, so boop. There you go. So if you want to join the Discord and message us anytime, the slowest animation in the world. Exactly. This has taken me so long. To be fair, if I was animating this on my own, I would have probably finished, like the whole thing would have probably taken a week at most, maybe 2. And so far it's been like a month and a half. So yeah, it's definitely taking a long time. I'm still on the fence on whether I should just do like a full like animation stream where I just don't talk, I just turn off my webcam, turn off my mic, I don't even have it in front of me, and I just animate and just like at full speed so people can see that it's actually not super slow. I'm glad you like the steps. As long as it's helpful to you guys, that's the main thing. I would hate to be doing this and taking forever and it's just boring. that would suck. But as long as, why not both? I'm just not sure if like a silent stream would be that interesting. Like if I'm just quiet and I don't respond. I'm actually working with Cameron on a project that might be able to solve that, but we'll see. Hopefully that'll come in the new year. So something to look forward to. But anyway, before I go on a whole other tangent, thank you again so much, everyone, for hanging out, for asking questions, and for chatting. And hopefully I'll see you in the next stream, and if not, in the new year. So take care, everyone. Happy holidays and Happy New Year. Bye.